I call this meeting to order. I call this meeting to order. Welcome to our council meeting for September 23rd, 2025. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given an opportunity to do so, the following will apply to all comments made by the public. Each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. Thank you for participating in your city governments. Tonight's invocation will be given by Father Wader of the Blessed Sacrament Church. Please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Would you like to bow your heads and pray with me? Loving God, we give you thanks for all who are gathered here today. We thank you for your abundant blessings. Thank you for allowing us to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thanks for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for loving us from your boundless and gracious nature. We pray for all who are experiencing the effects of war, homelessness, lawlessness, bad weather, or lack of suitable employment. You have said that citizens should obey the governing authorities since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. We ask that you send your spirit of peace to all gathered here and throughout our state and our country.
Yes.
We pray for our mayor, Tim Murray, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. We pray for the agenda set before them today. Give guidance to what would please you and what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Clermont.
Yes.
In your most blessed name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Tonight we have a proclamation for the Fire Prevention Week. Chief Ezel, please come to the front.
Whereas the City of Clermont is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and the presence of lithium-ion batteries in many household devices introduces unique fire risks. Whereas most of the electronics used in homes daily, including smartphones, tablets, laptops, power tools, e-bikes, e-scooters, and toys, are powered by lithium-ion batteries, which, if misused, damaged, or improperly charged, can overheat, start a fire, or explode. Whereas the National Fire Protection Association reports an increase in battery-related fires, underscoring the need for public education on the safe use of lithium-ion batteries. Whereas residents should follow 3 key calls to action: buy only listed products, charge batteries safely, and recycle them responsibly to prevent battery-related fires. Whereas lithium-ion batteries store a large amount of energy in a small space, and improper use, such as overcharging, use of off-brand chargers without safety certification, or exposing batteries to damage, can result in fire or explosion. Whereas Clermont's first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of fires through prevention, safety education, and community outreach. Whereas the 2025 Fire Prevention Week theme, Charge Into Fire Safety, Lithium-Ion Batteries in Your Home, serves to remind us of the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in homes and communities.
Now, therefore, I, Tim Murray, Mayor of the City of Clermont in the state of Florida, do hereby claim the week of October 15th through the 11th, 2025 as Fire Prevention Week. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the great seal of the City of Clermont to be affixed this 23rd day of September in the year 2025. Did you have something you want to say, Chief?
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Ezel, Fire Chief for the Clermont Fire Department. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to come up here. Fire Prevention Week is just a small part of what we do in October. We really we put a we put a big flame behind our community risk reduction efforts, and for the entire month, our staff is out there tirelessly reaching as many people as we can. So I just want to briefly introduce Haley Wheeler and let her talk a little bit about what she does as our fire and life safety educator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. As you all know, October is National Fire Prevention Month. Last year, your Clermont Fire Department provided in fire and life safety education to over 13,000 residents with a total of 15 outreach programs just last year. This was achieved even with a hurricane coming at us at the middle of Fire Prevention Week last year. This year, your Clermont Fire Department currently has scheduled 2 of our Safety Squad programs with 2 different schools. The Safety Squad program aims to educate kindergartners through 5th grade students on fire safety, encourages children to practice safe habits through active play. The Safety Squad is an all-day event scheduled during the gym classes at the schools that have opted to participate in this program. On top of our 2 Safety Squad programs, which will reach about 2,500 students alone, we will visit 4 additional schools who have opted for the traditional visits from their firefighters. We have also set up fire safety presentation for our adult groups, for 3 different adult groups, station tours for 3 large groups of all ages, and we will provide fire and life safety education and materials during 6 different public outreach events during the month of October thus far. Our goal this year is to reach and educate over 16,000 community members during National Fire Prevention Month. This year's NFPA campaign focuses on the importance of lithium battery safety while continuing to also stress the importance of having working smoke alarms in every home. We extend our sincere thanks to the mayor, the city council, the city manager and deputy city manager for the opportunity to present this campaign this year.
Thank you. And Chief, before I come down and give you this proclamation, unless there's something else you want to say first.
No, sir. We're
Before
ready
I
for you guys to come down.
Can you do me a favor and let the folks know, because I think I read somewhere that it was official that we received our ISO rating of 1 again this year, a couple of weeks ago, and I haven't had the opportunity to say thank you for all the hard work you all do, and let the people know what that means, actually, please, sir.
Yes, sir, we did. We received it earlier in the month, so we have officially been redesignated as an ISO Class 1 department. It technically doesn't go into effect until December, because that's when the old one expires. But we will be presenting, we'll be doing a short presentation in the October meeting. I actually want to show you how we lined up in the different scoring areas and how it breaks down, and it takes a look at dispatching capability, fire department, and water department. And I can tell you that one of the main reasons that we are an ISO Class 1 is because of the work that our public services do for the water department, and the absolutely fantastic job the county does for dispatching services. Those 2 areas, dispatch scored perfect. The water department was very close to a perfect score, and that was instrumental in us achieving a Class 1 for a second time.
Okay, Chief, thank you. And the reason I asked that is because ISO 1 rating means you have cheaper homeowners insurance in the city as well. So, so thank you for all the work. It's not many departments or agencies throughout this country that receive that designation. So it looked good on you, Chief, and I thank you. That means a lot of good hard work, and I thank all your
Yeah, I think,
personnel.
but I don't remember the number of ISO Class 1 departments, but I did look up the stat on the number of departments that are both ISO Class 1 and accredited, and the last number I saw was 116 departments out of about 40,000 in the U.S.
Okay. So thank you. So it's good. Thank you. So, well, let's-
It's just the 8 to 1. I guess we get behind him. Maybe I'll win us. Where do you skate out of? Oh, nice. Yeah, I played there on Wednesdays. Wednesdays? Yeah. That's awesome. I was reffing there for a while. How's that?
I think next we're supposed to have a legislative update, but I do not, is he in here, Mr. Kamodi?
Mr. Mayor, he had actually texted me he will be here at 3:20, so in about 9 minutes.
Okay, all right. In that case, we'll move on to the next thing, and when you get here, we will jump back, fall back and catch him for the legislative update. So the next thing on the agenda is public comment. Anyone who wishes to address the council, please come to the microphone and state your name and address. This portion of the meeting is only for items that are not on the agenda. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring that everyone who wishes to address the council is given the opportunity to do so, each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. To avoid disruption of the meeting, speakers should avoid inappropriate language, personal attacks, and derogatory statement and direct comments to the city council. Everyone is requested to be respectful of each other, even when we disagree. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council.
Afternoon.
I am Robert Mock. I reside at 270 Division Street, Clermont. I'm retired 28-year Navy career Master Chief, submarine veteran, and a resident of Clermont since 1999. I'm the veteran who has been organizing and planning your Memorial and Veterans Day for the last 4 years. I'm here to address Clermont's 8th Street project, Meet Us in the Middle initiative, and its profound significance and interest to the veterans, first responders, and citizens of Clermont. When I presented my vision for the project in April 2025 and proposed a memorial to be included in Meet Us in the Middle project, it was enthusiastically received and supported by representatives from the City Council, City Administration, Police Department, Fire Department, South Lake Chamber of Commerce, the Clermont's Veterans Organizations, and other Clermont civics and leadership organizations. I know the Veterans and First Responders Memorial was not part of the original Meet Us in the Middle project. However, it was included as part of it in June of 2025 workshop. Since then, there hasn't been any public discussion on the Meet Us in the Middle project. Could you please provide Clermont community, the veterans, and first responders on an update on the status? Before the 8th Pier became unsafe for the public, did you know how significant the area was to Clermont community and visitors from all over Central Florida? I used to go down there and fish off the pier, and it's been a long 4 years since I had been able to do that. It wasn't just about the fishing, it was also about the wonderful people I met and the friendships I formed during my time fishing there. I was told 4 years ago, there was an elderly couple in their 80s that frequent the 8th Street Pier area. They drove all the way from Kissimmee to Clermont's Lake Mineola to reflect, reminisce, and enjoy the serenity of the area. In contrast, the area where they lived in in Kissimmee, that lake lacked the characteristics. Then there was a man of faith, a pastor, who spent hours down there on the pier praying to God. He claimed to frequent the pier to pray and converse with God there. So the 8th Street Pier area was very significant. When visitors arrive at the Meet Me in the Middle project area, they will witness the pride and honor Clermont has for our veterans and first responders. It is time to move forward, break ground, and begin. Our veterans and first responders deserve a formal memorial and recognition. I firmly believe it's time to officially launch the project. There is a workshop scheduled for October 21st to discuss and reclaim and reuse water irrigation system. Will this workshop include discussions on Meet Me Middle project? I propose and recommend Meet Me Middle project be part of that workshop discussions. That's all I have. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mayor Tim Murray, City Council members, my name is Kurt Shue. I was appointed by the VFW Post to speak about this issue. I was the post commander from 2015 to 2018 and the VFW district for all of Central Florida from 2017 through 2019. 15 years ago, I worked with Darren Gray and Gail Ash on a Veterans Memorial and also a Veterans Park. So it's been 10 years. So I'd like to point out some of the distinguished Clermont residents that I know from the past 10 years. And first, it's William Alfred Suggs. William Alfred Suggs was in the Navy in December of 1941. He was from this area, and he died and gave his last full measure of devotion on the USS Arizona. Our VFW post is named for his namesake. Charlie Constler was a friend and a mentor. He was one of the founding members and helped build the VFW post 5277 that was opened up in 1946. He was an entrepreneur. He had a still mill just down the street on Highway 50 from here that was torn down in the last 10 years. He passed away in March of 2021. Frank Klum, a cornerstone of our post, a retired Master Sergeant who served in World War II near my dad in North Africa. He passed away in April of last year. We all talked about a veteran memorial, and yet for the last 10 years we've been asking. Mr. Specialist Alexander Miller, who gave his last full measure devotion in the United States Army in Afghanistan in July of 2009. Master Deputy Bradley Link, United States Air Force Army Reserves, and the Lake County Sheriff died in August of 2024. I would implore you, and all of you have spoken publicly about supporting this effort, that we try and move forward. I've also summarized a few things of what veterans give to Florida and Lake County and this community. There are about 2,400 veterans that live in Lake County and about 12,000 family members that came from Grok 4. They voted about 92%. I was on the VFW National and State Legislative Committees for 6 years. I was the chairman for 2. And they contribute a lot to the Florida economy, including with their families, they represent 3.5 million votes in the Florida elections. In the VA reports that veterans' disability payments contribute $27.8 billion annually to the Florida economy, and the military budget for this state is about $103 billion. Veterans are all over Florida. It's one of the top states. Over 1.4 million veterans live in Florida. We love veterans. I worked on Mission Forward with the governor, Ron DeSantos. Veterans' families and wives are part of our community. I would implore you to think about all the contributions veterans, our police chief is a former Marine combat veteran, all of us do for our community, and recognize that before more of us pass away. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is public comment.
Charlene Harrison, 4th, DeSoto Street, Clermont. Okay, I'll take a breath. I have only one purpose today, to speak to those watching this live stream and who can hear the sound of my voice. I want people to feel okay with speaking out. I want to address the state of our country right now and our freedoms being tested, including the recent event of Charlie Kirk. I'll tie this to our own city council. In Charlie Kirk's own words, there's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. He was not a martyr or a hero. He was a podcaster. From the last I could hear, he and his wife were worth about $20 million. That was his right. I took the time to watch a bunch of his podcasts recently that somebody encouraged me to do that. And yes, he was spewing hateful speech about black people, poor people, about getting rid of empathy, about free school lunches. Their parents just need to get an extra job, and more horrible that I don't want to speak here. His speech and facts were biblical untruths. In fact, Jesus stood against almost everything that Charlie was saying to young, impressionable youth and those with mental issues. God will judge him, not me, not you, not anyone else. But he didn't deserve to die, and I would have stood for his right to free speech, which I've done for over 25 years in this council. I have a moral compass that cannot be shook. I cannot be frightened. That's why I'm disturbed that our council has basically disenfranchised 70% of our residents when you changed the time that our council meets. Therefore, you robbed a large group of people of their freedoms to address their government. That's why I've stayed on you, and that's to address you in person. Think about what you've done and do the right thing. This country is already polarized, and we don't need to add to it. And I'm glad that you're back here, Mr. Peterson, because I know you started that. I like you as a person outside of here, but I'm not liking you in here, because I think there was ulterior motives to this, and for older people, and if it's, like I said, if it's into your personal space and your time, then you need to probably leave and just resign. And you knew that when you took the job, but I have spent 25 years in here for people to have their freedoms. This is a sad state of what's going on in our country, but this is what happens when you push people to the brink. Now, when I leave here, I'm leaving here for good. I'm not coming back in here. What I do behind the scenes is probably more politically dangerous than it is what I do in here, because you don't know what I'm doing. But things have to change, people, and I want all of y'all to let that set on your hearts. And to anybody here that's brown, black, marginalized, poor, whatever, I'm sorry. This is not America. This is not. And this is probably the most defining thing I've ever spoke at this podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Tony Bell. I live at 1139 West Lake Shore Drive, and I agree with Charlene when she says we should have this meeting other times than now, because a lot of people can't even come to this meeting. There are parking lots filled out there, and they can't even get here. So please think that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'll get it right this time. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Vincent Emick, Regency Hills. I want to give the council an update. I went to the BCC, that's the Lake County Commissioners meeting, early this morning. I spoke about a topic very important to all of us here in Clermont. If I could ask the IT department to please put this on the screen. I'm over here. Thank you. Could you zoom out, please? Jesus Christ. A little bit more for the full page. More. Thank you. That's good. Now you made it too small. Okay. What's on the screen right now is a little history lesson of Clermont, of Hartwood Marsh. I know most of you are tired of me coming up here and complaining about Hartwood Marsh, but that's my job, okay, until this gets corrected. Since it's a county road, I went to the county, and I asked them, could you please find the funds? Because since I lived in Clermont and been coming here for 8 years, I was told Hartwood Marsh would get expanded in 2020, 2022, 2024, 2026, and 2028. This morning I just found out it's going to be expanded, possibly 2032. Look at 2007 on the screen. Look at just those small communities around. Okay, we had the money for that project. Okay, money went away. Okay, look at 2025. Look at all those homes. That's not including after the 90-degree turn. On the 661 homes that Lake County approved to be built, that we have no choice to annex it in. Okay? Your Honor, you're on my team on this one, and I know you are. I'm tired of this. I need voices, your voices, to help me out with this. I'm just one person going up there, and that was the shame. I mean, I had our deputy city manager speak about it. They wanted to wait till the end when they do their reports. That was the best part. They just got done with one agenda. Okay, I have 3 more items before I'm listening in the back on my headphones to find out what the verdict is, if they're going to vote to give us an extension, a loan, Take out a loan. Your Honor, you know this, because we both fought on this. If they did this project in 2007, it would have cost us nothing compared to what it's going to cost us now. They want to wait till 2032. The interest alone on the loan they want to take out is nothing compared to the price that they're going to do. Okay, thank you for listening to me, and please help me out with this project. God bless.
Thank you. This is public comment. Anyone else that wish to speak on anything that's not on the agenda, please come to the microphone and state your name and address, and you can have 3 minutes. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Mayor,
No.
City Council members, managers, assistant managers. My name is Colin A. Cotterell. I always tell a lot of people the A stands for always faithful, so y'all can know that a Marine is standing up here. I served 30-plus years in the United States Marine Corps. I came here in the state of Florida in 2006. And a Marine organization reached out to me and said, Sergeant Major, did you know there's a Marine Corps detachment or a Marine Corps unit that's around here that's supporting our local communities? And I said, no. They always tell me once a Marine, always a Marine. So I unpacked my bag and say, you know something, after serving 30-plus years in the United States Marine Corps, I have to support my community. So right now, all we ask for is for our community to support us. We're asking for our council members and the mayor to support us. When my good colleague, Bobby Mock, came up and said, hey, they got this program going on, meet us in the middle, and why not tie the veteran organization into this great program that's going on. When the city of Clermont asks for an honor guard, when the city of Clermont asks for a color guard, when they ask for parades, it's the veterans that is stepping up and making it happen. So all we asking for is a little bit from y'all to support us, because it's going to bring footprints. It's going to bring a lot of traffic. It's going to bring people from the outside to come on in once this big event takes place. I know it costs money. Everything costs money. But we don't ask so much as a veteran organization, and we got quite a few in this area. We're just asking for your help. If we have the money to foot what's going on ourselves, by golly, we make it happen. Right, veterans? We make it happen. Because we serve our country well. Some people ask me sometimes, they said, why you leave your perfect home to fight someone's war? You know why? Because we're dedicated. Amen. We took an oath to say we want to defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Now we're just asking a little bit. Give us a little bit. Meet us in the middle and help us out with this veteran program. Thank you.
Thank you, Master Chief. Oh, wow.
Good afternoon,
Afternoon,
Mr. Mayor,
sir.
council members. My name is Jason Hunt. I am the new first vice commander for your South Lake American Legion Post 55. And to echo what my comrades in arms.
Commander Hunt, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm going to just ask you to continue to address the council.
Roger,
Okay,
Roger.
Thank you.
It has been a pleasure to being here. I am a new resident to South Lake, to this area. My wife and I, also a retired member. She's a retired Army NCO like myself. We got here a little bit over 2 years ago purchased a home, and now we're trying to raise chickens and bees. We have been a part of the VFW and the American Legion for several years. We retired in 2017, and now our children are in these organizations. My comrades have addressed you all for something that means a lot to them, and I believe to you all as well. The American Legion here, post 55, and the Department of Florida is excited about these kinds of things. We encourage and we ask for those updates and that information that will allow us to further reach out to our veterans. These events that you have and this type of memorial allows us to help those veterans that are not doing as well as some of us in here, some of us who have positions of power. So I ask you to consider these things, to not forget about those veterans. This memorial will help them see that they are not forgotten. We do not know them, we do not see them, but I have brothers in arms who are homeless, who are hungry. These kinds of things will help us identify them, help them know that they are remembered, so they can come here, like Sergeant Major said, be a part of this community, continue to be a part of the community, continue to support your activities, the kids and the families that are out here. I enjoy being part of this community and this brand new little town that I'm getting to learn. Okay, so I ask you all, thank you for your time. Please remember us, push forward, and we look forward to welcome you all to a nice dedication for this memorial, to include our senior leaders. Thank you all.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Afternoon, Mayor, council members.
No.
Bless you all. My name is Stanley Lay. I reside in 302 Mississippi Haven Drive, Groveland, Florida. I am a retired 27-year veteran, Army Ranger. I'm also the district senior vice commander for District 18. My post is here, home, post 5277 Clermont. These are my comrades back here. I have mentors. I love them as as my brothers. But the thing is, our veterans, our brothers and sisters that are in arms, they have sacrificed their lives for you, your freedom of speech. We could be in Gaza. We could be in Ukraine. But you are here because of us. Because not me, not them, but the ones that lost their lives for our freedom. The things that I look at, these families here that are in Clermont, lost loved ones, and if you just bring that remembrance of the memorial, meet me in the middle, there'll be something better for them. But still, we're still at war. And when time comes, guess what? There's going to be another group of men and women deployed again. Some will return, not the same as they went forth. But the thing is that we're always here for them. We're always here to protect our brothers and sisters, long, far, and near. But you just have to remember who they are. It could be you going forth. Because I know plenty of you have family members. I know someone that have died for this country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Dwayne Orth. I am at 9606 Saragossa Street here in Clermont, Florida. I'm the commander of the VFW 5277 here in Clermont. And I just wanted to say that I think it's long overdue for the veterans to have a memorial here in Clermont. I mean, we've got many of us here, as my comrades here have spoken. Many have served a lot of years in the service and are coming back to their coming home, coming to our communities, serving your community. A lot of veterans here that are from here that didn't make it home in wars and things like that. So you have no idea how much this memorial would mean to the veterans here of Clermont, and it's been many years talked about and has since been forgotten. And we don't want that to happen anymore. We want this to be pushed forward. We want this Meet Me in the Middle project to be moved forward. We want to be provided with the updates of everything that's been happening with it, how far this is going to go. We want this pushed, and we want to see something for the veterans, and not just for the veterans, but also you think about for the first responders too that are serving the community, the law enforcement. Many of those are doing quite a fantastic job serving the community as well, and it's an honor to be remembered for that. It's an honor to be with the first responders and law enforcement as well to have that. So again, it's overdue. I think it's time to move forward with this project, and we would like to be continually updated on this project as well, every step of the way from inception to completion. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Kolak. I reside at 3658 Rollingbrook Street, Clermont. I too am a veteran and a member of the VFW and the American Legion. In the short 15 months that we've been here, my wife and I actually moved my business here and everything that was associated with it. And the reason I came here out of all the places I could have chosen was because of the veteran support. New VA clinic, a lot of veterans in this area, the organizations that I'm interested in becoming a member of. I know you guys got money for this. I know you know. We have funds for this. We can make this happen. There's a rainy day fund, and it's pouring right now. So let's get this thing across the finish line. Let's get it built. We've had 2 people killed last year out of our police and sheriff's department. We are losing veterans every day. We have maybe a couple thousand Korean veterans left. World War II veterans are in the hundreds. I mean, we're attrited. And Vietnam veterans are dying at a higher rate than any other veteran population because of Agent Orange. You need to get this thing up to honor those people. It's important. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is public comment. Anyone in the public wish to address anything that's not on agenda, may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'm going to close. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
All right, how you guys doing? Name is Alexander, 1831 Valley Ridge Loop. I'm not a veteran. This is actually my first city council meeting. But I think that you guys should do what they said. I just want to come here. I just want to come here and say that. All right, guys, that's it.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right. Seeing no one else, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. However, before I move on, we do have, if it's okay, and I guess you can call me biased or whatever, but I am a veteran as well, over 22-year veteran of the United States Air Force, served in our Desert Storm as well, and I am a member of the VFW as well. But I think we would need to go ahead and try to put this on the workshop agenda for, is it October 21st?
Yes, sir. If that's the direction of council, we'll absolutely put it on.
And the reason I'm sorry, I went ahead and did this right now because I don't want them having to sit here. I know some of them have health issues and everything. I don't want them to have to sit here to the end of the council meeting tonight to find out that we're gonna put this on the agenda for the 21st, if that's okay.
That sounds good to me.
Okay,
If that's council's direction, we will do that.
all right.
Is that?
Is that me?
I'm for it. As you all know, I'm a wife of a military vet for 26 years, and my father served for 20 years in the U.S. Air Force, and he was a Vietnam vet. My family is deep in military. We've had someone serve since the Spanish-American War. So I am for military. You have my vote. I think everybody already knows that, but I am fine with having this in a workshop. If, I don't know what the rest of the council wants, but I say yes.
So I don't know anybody who opposed the Veterans Memorial, and I think we were all for it. Part of the problem that we run into when we talk about and I just happened to have a conversation with Mr. Powell, we're at least 1 year out on permitting for the dock side. So because of the complexity of moving it and what they have to do, it's just going to take a minute. If we're going to have this conversation specifically about this, my suggestion would be to have a conversation specifically about this piece on this workshop to move it forward. Because if we're going to tie it to the rest, it's just not going to happen until we get to that point. And we still got the issue with the De Hoyos property, whether we're going to have access down through there. So there's a lot of pieces and parts. So I would suggest that we limit this to this piece and probably tie it to the live well portion, the amphitheater. And that way they can get that section done. And then that will only leave the portion of Meet Us in the Middle, which I vehemently disagree with, all of the hardscape, and give us time to finish the permitting on the docks. So that way, I don't think anybody's trying to hold this up. And if you guys feel that way, I don't think that's what the case is. There's a ton of moving parts in this, and we can't tie all of them together at the same time. So
I think that's a valid point. I saw a post on social media that suggested that council members were trying to stop the Veterans Memorial. Really? Oh yeah, someone has riled you up respectfully. From what I've observed, there's a $16 million project that, I'm just being honest with you. You might not like what I have to say, but I will always be honest with you. There was a $16 million project proposed for the Meet Us in the Middle. And the idea of that was that it's at the center of the state along the Coast to Coast Trail. Someone along the lines got the idea that if collectively this is before my time on this council, partnered with the veterans, that it might actually push this project through. As a child of two military vets, and a grandfather who served in the Air Force as a career, it concerns me, the impression that I have, that the veterans might have been used to fund an extremely expensive park project that we didn't have the funding for. My position on the Veterans Memorial is that I cannot stand behind a project called Meet Me in the Middle to honor people who gave all so that we could all enjoy our freedoms. So in the workshop, one of the things I brought up was, are we rebranding this? What are we doing with this? And I think that Mr. Howard makes an extremely valid point about the overall project, the Meet Me in the Middle project. Mm-hmm. We are on our agenda tonight hiring the American Bicycle Association to do an assessment of all of our parks and facilities, with Meet Me in the Middle being a cycle-centric park that is a critically important move for a statewide project. Should there be a Veterans Memorial at that park? If the space is right, if it's the right space, if that honors the people, absolutely. I've brought up the issue of Victory Point. Is Victory Point a better location with more space, with a brand of victory for our veterans? This is not a proverbial hill that this one's going to die on. I'm not going to. But I think that the idea that this whole project is being held up or not because of the veterans connection is inaccurate. And candidly, all I heard before I came into this was that this was another way for us to get funding by including a veterans memorial. I don't like the impression that we're using our veterans to get a very expensive park. Am I open to a workshop on where to move our existing veterans memorial? Absolutely. I'm open to that workshop. I have no problem doing that. But I think there's a long way to go for meet me in the middle. And we put funds in the budget this year for Victory Point for a playground. I mean, there's a lot we could do. If there's a need for a veterans memorial, whether it's tied to meet me in the middle as a park or not, it's irrelevant to me as a council member. And if we need to talk about that and prioritize it again ahead of everything else, I'm happy to do that. If we want to do that in our other workshop, I'm happy to do that. But I don't want it to get, I think the issue's been collapsed.
I'm in agreement with what Mr. Howard's saying. I mean, what I initially thought this Meet in the Middle project was a conglomerate of a lot of different projects. It was the dock project, it was the memorial project, it was the grant we had gotten from South Lake Hospital? Live Well project. So, and then I have gotten a lot of comments from people I know that are veterans that are really interested in the Veterans Memorial. I had comments where they'd love to have a barbed wire thing that they saw in Tampa with the dog tags on it of people that have passed. There's a lot of great projects, but I think what we need to do is maybe we have to break it out of, Powell is the one who's doing the whole design project, correct? So maybe we have to ask him to break it apart, and let's see if we can get the veterans part done, get it funded, and get it started. And then continue on, with the walk that we have to go. We have to get that property that has to be bought. We don't know if we're going to get it or not. So we're always like going to be holding everything back. But maybe we already have that piece of property there. So maybe we can just tell him, get going with this portion. And then, he's designing the whole thing. So that could be the piece of the puzzle that we get first, and we continue with the rest of the puzzle. And maybe there'll be my slight changes afterwards, but at least we take care of our veterans. As you said, they're passing away. Like, my father was in World War II, he's passed away. There's very few World War II veterans, and Vietnam veterans are suffering with a lot, with Agent Orange and things like that from there. So I don't want to see this go 5-10 years from now. I'd like to see it go while this is my term in office. It would be nice if we saw it started. So I think maybe we can, if we can push that, if we can ask that, can we get him to just compartmentalize and get this one section done, get it to us, get us to vote on it, and get it funded.
Thank you, sir. Well, with that being said, are we saying we're going to take it to the workshop?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Sounds like, just for clarification,
because
Mr.
I would
Mayor.
like to see it in the workshop, because a lot of things I've heard said here, and I've been sitting on this dais ever since Meters in the Middle project got started. I heard a lot of untruth here, like $16 million. The project had never, that's the first time I heard it ever came out to be $16 million. But we need to, for the last I checked, it hadn't even been completely designed, so we don't know the actual dollar cost. Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, we're going to put it on the October 21st workshop, just the Veterans Memorial portion and the Live Well Amphitheater portion.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
and also,
okay.
Mr. Mayor, just to let you know that Mr. Carmody is here to do the presentation.
Yes, I saw him walk in, and
perfect.
So with that being said, we'll go ahead and put that. We will go ahead and put it on the October 21st workshop. It'll be right here at 3:00 on October 21st. Okay, those items, and we can talk about it at that time. Mr. Chris, are you ready, sir, for the legislative update?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for putting me a little to the later, as I had some, takes a little minute to get here from where I was previously up in DeLand, so traveling the state today. I have it, I believe, uploaded, so we can go into that. I'll start as I jump in there. Legislative session was another successful one for the city of Clermont on the whole, and certainly in appropriations, and it was an interesting, chaotic one if you take a zoom back and you look at it from just a state perspective, and we can get into some of that. So I'll try to click a button here. Look at that. All right. And that's a picture of me and Angie. All right. Didn't wear the same suit. That's a gray one. That's good. So Angie and I have had the pleasure of working with y'all for almost 10 years now, and we've had a lot of success, a lot of the projects being talked about. We've had a lot of funding even go towards Meet Us in the Middle from the state. So we could certainly talk on a lot of different issues, but for here I'll focus on a little bit of what happened this session. The players, we always think it helps when you look at a legislative wrap-up. And by the way, for y'all or anyone in the audience, these are available publicly, so I'll try to move some of these quickly. So if you had questions or wanted to catch something, we can get you a copy of these. So it's good to know who's in the room. You see there in those kind of shaded bullets, there's 120 members in the House, 40 members Senate. In the Senate this year, 27 Republicans, 10 Democrats was the makeup. There was one MPA, that was Representative Pizzo out of South Florida, who was the Democratic minority leader, but day 48 of the originally 60-day session, he flipped over to become MPA, so that's that seat. And then there's 2 open seats. We had here in Central Florida, Senator Geraldine Thompson passed away, and then as well, Senator Randy Fine ran for Congress and won. So that's where that makeup. And in the House, 86 Republicans, 33 Democrats, 1 open seat. And you can do some of the math on that. Those are supermajorities for both the Republicans in the House and Senate. So that kind of shapes some of the politics going into it. These folks, I think you know the person on the top left. Everyone knows in the state of Florida who Governor DeSantis is. This slide, though, even as of 30 days ago, was one that was constantly in flux. If you recall, after the 24 elections, when President Trump was elected, a lot of folks moved up to D.C. to take appointments, right? Senator Ashley Moody was previously Attorney General Ashley Moody. As you see on the top right, James Othmeyer took that post appointed by the governor. Jimmy Petronis, who was our CFO, ended up running for the open Matt Gaetz seat in the Panhandle for Congress, and he was successful. Blaise Ngolia, bottom right, was appointed by the governor, and that was about 40-ish days ago. Senator Jay Collins was Senator Jay Collins as of 30 days ago. Now he's Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins, and I predict within a week or two he'll be gubernatorial candidate Jay Collins, likely running to fill that slot of the person to his left, Ron DeSantis. Probably the only consistency of this session was, other than the governor, was that bottom left, and of course Wilton Simpson, not to take away from his shine, but the bottom left, Mary Claire Hubbard, Jason Wida, and Lita Kelly, probably the chief leaders within the governor's office that help advise the governor and help manage his team as they work through legislation and agency action. A lot of fun, a lot of musical chairs because of having a Floridian Republican president in the White House. All right, Florida House. Danny Perez out of South Florida. He's an attorney. He's the Speaker of the House. The 25 session was his first of 2 sessions, 26 being his last, and he terms out. Lawrence McClure is his budget chair. Sam Garrison is the Rules Chair and Speaker Designate. Probably that second title is the most important for purposes of kind of the room where it happens and who's making decisions. He is the next in line to be Speaker, and as a result, he has quite a bit of influence over this. And then Fentress Driscoll, minority leader out of Tampa, Florida. While they are in the minority party, she's a strong leader and helps get things done on the Democratic side and helps keep a little balance there, which is tough when you've got supermajority votes in a chamber. In the Senate, Senate President Ben Albright, let me see if I can say that quick, is out of Polk, Highland County area. He's got a citrus farm background, so that kind of drove a lot of his legislation. Ed Hooper's the budget chair out of Pinellas County. Previous to that, he was a House member. Previous to that, he was a council member in Clearwater. Previous to that, he was a fireman. So long tenured career in public service. Jim Boyd, the majority leader out of Manatee, Sarasota County. He's also the president designate, so that's noteworthy in the sense that he's the next in charge in the Senate. And then Jason Broder, from not too far away from here, is the Senate pro tem. He represents Seminole County mainly, parts of Orange County. And in the Senate, in the House, the pro tem is a little more ceremonious. Everything starts and stops with the Speaker. In the Senate, where it's kind of 40 equals, the pro tem has a lot of power. So locally we have someone with quite a bit of sway who looks out for our region. And then Kathleen Pasadomo, the Rules Chair, former Senate President. And Lori Berman, Minority Leader, that was a role she got for the last 30 days of session. As I mentioned, Senator Pizzo resigned that position when he switched to MPA, and so she was elected by her members to that post. And then future leaders, I kind of covered this. Sam Garrison in the House, Jennifer Kennedy is the speaker after him, and then Mike Redondo. And this is because of term limits, right? 8 years in the House, 8 years in the Senate. They kind of tend to know who their leaders are going to be in the future. I'll highlight Jennifer Kennedy for a couple reasons. Shockingly, she's out of Polk County. That's not the shocking part. The shocking part is Polk County's never had a presiding officer. She'll be the first, and probably more notably, she'll be the first female speaker when she takes that post in 28. In the Senate, Jim Boyd, again, I said was out of Manatee, Sarasota County area, is going to take over in 26. Jay Trumbull out of the Panhandle area is expected to take over in 28. And it's not up there yet because the Senate works a little differently and a little slower in the House as far as appointing their future leaders. But it's largely expected Tom Leek, who's out of the kind of Volusia, St. Johns County area with his Senate seat, is going to be the Senate President following Jay Trumbull. All right. So you can't talk about this session without talking about some of the build-up to it, right? Before President Trump could be, again, President Trump, our governor called for a special session on, you can see the bullets, immigration, condo law reform, hurricane relief, and the constitutional amendment petition drive. The House and Senate quickly said, no, thank you. Those are my words. They're a little kinder than the words they had in their joint memo of unnecessary premature. And that was sort of the signal to the rest of us that this is not going to be like the sessions the governor's had the first 6 years of his term in office. The legislature was pushing back a little more, right? So the president was obviously sworn in, and immigration was still a hot topic. So they had the special session because the governor has the power to call them in. They gavelled in and immediately gavelled out. Not before overturning some of his vetoes during the previous cycle. So that's always another signal of how they feel about things. They then gavelled into what we call Special Session B to pass their own immigration bill. It was called the Trump Act. That was an acronym, TRUMP, if you can't spell. And the governor signaled right away he was going to veto that. And so then they had Special Session C, which they were able to tweak a few things and kind of sing kumbaya and pass a bill and sign it on the governor's side and move forward, sort of. This was sort of a harbinger of things to come for this legislative session. I don't think we would have predicted 105 days. I don't think we would have predicted that a lot of the stuff was going to be held up for that 105 days, but that's where it kind of led to. And part of it is, if the House and Senate are not aligned with the governor, you can have that sort of incongruence or friction in the process, right? For the first 6 years of Governor DeSantis' service, the House and Senate were pretty well aligned with him, right? Probably most so as he was gearing up to run for president. Right now, they're not as aligned, and as a result, you saw some of these tensions. That led to kind of various different things, like you hear about Hope, Florida, and the investigation of DMS. Those are things, again, that probably for the political animals like yourself and mine, being you're elected and I'm a lobbyist, we live in this world, you probably follow that. To average voters, if we'd go kind of poll someone after church or, in the grocery store, this wasn't necessarily on the radar, but that was kind of driving the discussion in Tallahassee. Here's some of the bills that were filed. You can see about 2,000, 270 passed, 246 signed, 11 vetoed. 0 are awaiting presentation, and 3, for the first time in this governor's term, were pocket approvals, right? He didn't sign them, he didn't veto them, he just let them become law, as our Constitution allows by not taking any action. One of them was the one, you've heard of non-competes if you leave someone's company. This was to really pull back on non-competes and allow workers to be a little more competitive. As you can imagine, special interest on both sides of that conversation. Appropriations filed, that's about right. You usually have a House and Senate sponsor, so it's about the same. No surprise there. So priority issues. Now you know the people in the room, some of the politics going into it. Here's some of the priorities that kind of led the day. They have to pass a budget. It took them 105 days, as I already noted, but they do have to do that. Every year I've served, and this is now going to be my 18th session coming up, they've always had a tax package. This session was no different. They almost always pass something when it comes to public safety, law enforcement, you name it, that. And then, of course, infrastructure, workforce training, issues like that. So those issues we knew. Despite all the friction in Tallahassee, we knew some of those issues were going to go forward. Thereafter, there was kind of divergence. Let's start with the governor's priorities. Property tax relief. You're going to hear a lot about this. You already have. You've heard with Florida Doge. He didn't get the relief he asked about this session. He wanted two things. He wanted to have a constitutional amendment. I think you'll see that this session, although nothing's a guarantee, and to reduce in some form the property tax for Floridians, mainly in residential. To pivot, he asked for a $1,000 rebate for homestead property owners. When he asked for this, he and the speaker, or he and the House, were probably at their fever pitch of disagreement, friction, whatever you want to call it. So a lot of these requests were falling on deaf ears, just like the House's requests to the governor were falling on deaf ears. So no surprise that didn't go anywhere, but that is where he focused. Illegal immigration, again, he started early with it. It's been consistent. I'm certain we've all heard of the phrase alligator Alcatraz. You've probably heard of deportation depot, and I think what's coming in the panhandle is panhandle padlock. We're going to continue to hear that drumbeat, I think, even going into next session on immigration. And then as well, he got pretty much most of what he wanted his first 6 years in office. And so when I say continuing to lead is there's not a lot of meat left on the bone, right, if you're trying to push for things. And so his kind of stake is, in his call to action is, we're number one on, or top 5 in lists of tax structure, of places to do business, these kind of things, family friendly, medical freedom, those kind of things. And so he's sort of called on the legislators to continue to lead in that regard. And then, of course, cementing and defending legacy, right? He's in his final 2 terms going into this session, or final 2 years, I should say. So you start to think about your legacy a little bit, right? He's gotten a lot. And so I expect that for this last session, clearly, in the next session, he's going to fight very hard to protect the things he's already gotten accomplished in statutes and in executive orders and otherwise. And I expect that he'll do that going forward. Ben Albritton, Senate President, as I mentioned, he's got an ag background in rural parts of Florida, Polk, Highland County. His top priority was rural renaissance. To sum it up, was Live Local was Pasadomo's main priority, which was a big infusion of cash into affordable housing, and then a whole lot of regulations on you and your other 400 plus cities and 67 counties as far as how you can deal with affordable housing projects. This was sort of the similar but focused on providing the same opportunities for rural counties, rural areas of the state as more urban cities and counties have. And so that includes infusion of cash, but also some change in some regulations to make things more streamlined, so that think of your fiscally constrained county or a more rural county in parts of the state, south of here, north of here, east, west of here, they would have a little more opportunities. That was the first bill to pass the Senate. And it, unfortunately for the Senate President, never made it to the finish line. It got caught up in some of the politics between the House and the Senate horse trading, as well as some of the end game politics over the budget. He's already said he's going to bring it back this next session, so we expect to see that. Florida Citrus, again, citrus, ag background. He committed to providing more funding for citrus greening and canker research, and he was able to deliver on that. He had year over year $92 million more in the budget for that kind of study, most of it going to UF and IFAS, but to some of the other college entities. And then empowering members, right? He took the approach of 40 senators have 40 different opinions, Republican or Democrat. He wants them to think how they feel based on their constituents, and he wasn't going to put his thumb on the scale. And you saw some of that in live action, right? Typically in the Senate, a little more collegial of a body, you don't see bills fail in committee, right? Committees are about the size of this panel I'm talking to, and 4-3 votes can kill a bill, right? Usually they'll just temporarily postpone it. That's a little Robert's Rules maneuver you can use to not kill a bill, but basically kill it softly. They were killing bills in the Senate. 4-3, 5-2 votes where Republicans and Democrats are joining side, taking out bills there, which much to the shock of lobbyists that we do that, because you just don't see that. My point in telling you that is truly the members were empowered. They were not being told how to vote by the majority leader, minority leader. They may have been encouraged how to vote, but they weren't being told you do this or else. Vote how you please. And so it led to some of that chaos that we saw. In the House, which is definitely more militaristic, you will not see that in the House. If you don't vote the way of the Speaker, you'll lose your committee spot. You'll also probably get your office moved to the basement, those kind of things. I only say that because it happened this session when the governor and the Speaker were fighting over stuff, and some of the members sided with the governor. That said, his focus was a sales tax reduction. You saw this happen. You saw the bill. It passed the House. It was moving it from 6 pennies to 5.25. That did not really fly well in the Senate, and the governor signaled pretty early on that he would veto it. It morphed into the tax package that never was produced, but it was sort of the worst kept secret that the first version of the tax package between the House and Senate was going to go from 6 to 5.75. Again, the governor signaled he would veto that. And so that never really came to fruition. He did get his second priority of spending cuts. You'll see when I get to the budget slide, year over year budget spending was down 3%. And after the governor's vetoes, even more. So he was able to rein it in. Now, you all see it. You probably look at the same reports I do. It's an upward trajectory on the graph as far as revenue to the state. People are moving here. People are spending here. Our tourism is on fire, right? More people visit the state of Florida than they have in previous years. But there is some concern, certainly by House Speaker Perez and Senator President Alberton, including the governor, of a gloomy forecast on expenses, right? That we could have a day where the expenses outpace our revenues, and they want to kind of keep the budget in line for that. I could talk a little more on that in the budget. So he got his way on that. And then tort report repeal. Under Speaker Renner and President Pasadomo, probably the greatest 2 years since Jeb Bush was governor as far as tort reform in the state of Florida, kind of culling back on the lawsuits. There was a stat where we have something like, in the state of Florida, 10% of the property damage, think of hurricanes and other things, or property casualty, but 80% of the claims nationwide. Let that math sink in, right? And so they figured there was a tort problem in the state of Florida. So that in those previous 2 years, there was a real big push to rein that in. Under Speaker Perez's term, he made it clear that he was going to let bills move in his chamber. That was going to pull some of that back. He thought some of it went a little too far. None of them made it to the finish line, but we do expect those will be back in 2026, so we'll see where some of those go, including sovereign immunity, which I'll touch on a little later. So the budget, and we'll move quickly here. Again, these slides are available for anyone who wants them. They have to pass this. We knew that they were going to keep it flat, maybe even less. Ended up being less. That was not great for projects, but good for us. That was good. At least our projects made it through. This is a little joke. Sorry, dad humor, loading. The budget took 105 days to load. But this is what we ultimately got here. Okay, $115.1 billion, again, about flat. When the governor's vetoes came in, it was less. No surprise in a state like Florida, healthcare, biggest piece of the pie. We're a huge state. We have a lot of folks on Medicaid, and we support a lot of our nonprofit hospitals. K-12 and higher ed, kind of the next biggest fish in that pond. And then, of course, transportation and economic development. Probably the most important for us outside of water issues. There was a time where they didn't fully fund the road fund, right? That's funded through trust this year. And really for the last 8-9 years, they fully funded it at about $11 billion. That's a big win for places like ours here in Lake County, Clermont area, where a lot of the growth is happening, a lot of the commerce is flowing through. The more we can put in our road infrastructure, the better for your residents and your businesses. So that's a big win there. Here's another breakdown. You can kind of get an idea of where they are. All right. Clermont appropriations, again, in a tough budget year. We were real proud about this one. Made it through and was approved by the governor. Again, we'll talk about his vetoes. He did do a lot of those to get down less spending, but that was a big one to go in. Here's some of the budget highlights. Some of these you're fully aware of. Again, the budget was went in effect July 1. Per student spending on the FEFP for our public schools up 1.59%, which when you factor in increased costs and some of the other things, it's probably closer to flat, but at least it didn't go down. Pay raises across the board for state employees to help keep the budget in line. They cut a lot of vacant jobs out of the budget, those full-time positions. I noted the work plan was fully funded. Sadowski Trust Fund fully funded. That one was definitely touch and go. There was a lot of, in that tax package, what they were going to do with that, but they left that one unscathed. This session, we'll have to see how next session plays out. Everglades restoration funding and overall environmental spending. And then you can see that last stat, kind of where the budget came in for a landing on the spending less. Big ticket items. We love visitors to the state. $80 million to visit Florida. That was the same as last year. $250 million for the Rural and Family Lands Protection Program. This was vetoed, but the $750 million into the Budget Stabilization Fund is part of the negotiated settlement, if you will. It sounded like a litigator, not a lobbyist there, but as part of bringing it in for the landing, the Speaker wanted to have a constitutional amendment go on the ballot, and it will, dealing with Budget Stabilization Fund that would require future legislators to put more into that fund. Controversial because, again, that's sort of no different with y'all, right? If your hands were tied on certain budget features that you can't touch, that may or may not be problematic to you. A lot of legislators had problems with that because they want to have flexibility depending on the year, but they passed it because they wanted to bring this thing in for a landing. We as voters will get to decide on that in November of next year. But the governor vetoed the part that was shifted to the Budget Stabilization Fund. $580 million to pay down state debt. $50 million for the Hometown Heroes Down Payment Assistance Program, which has really helped folks get into housing through buying a home. And then the tax package, quickly, $2.4 billion. Most of that was in the business rent tax repeal. It was at 2 pennies. Now it's at 0. That's at state and local. Big win for your local businesses. A lot of small businesses don't own, they rent their space. So this was a big win for them. Back to school sales tax holiday. This is now permanent and every August. So you don't have to remember, is it this week or is it next week or is it the January one? Aviation fuel tax, that was cut. TDT, which could have affected our Central Florida area, there was a part that was in there that ultimately got scuttled, but they did do some tweaks that we're going to deal with coastal counties that have lifeguard funding needs. You can also see some of the outdoor safety equipment. This is sort of a remnant of what they were doing the Freedom Week, Freedom Summer, Freedom Month, and then hunting and fishing supplies sales tax holiday. And then finally, if you like NASCAR and you like to go to Homestead, those tickets will be tax-free for that end-of-year race. There's a couple different things like college football national championship Super Bowls where those tickets are tax-free. It's to lure them into the state. And then tax-free to go to our state parks. Isn't that nice? All right, line item vetoes. The governor did about $1.35 billion. And one of it was that budget stabilization fund you see I noted there. Sorry about where the lines are. It's hard to read. And then it was $10 million below his governor's original recommended budget. What I would tell you about that is the budget was lower year over year, as I already noted. We have almost $12 billion in reserves. To put that in perspective, that's probably two Cat 5 hurricanes and a COVID pandemic as far as what it cost the state for some of those that we have in reserve. So the state is in very financially healthy position as far as what we have in backup, and that doesn't even count our budget stabilization fund, which I think has $1 billion about right there. So, and then there's a whole bunch of other trust funds like the Lot and Child's Trust Fund and a few others that give us something to draw on. And the truth is, when COVID came around, there wasn't a lot of worry because our state has always done a good job of having reserves. It helped, obviously, that the feds wanted to give us money, but the state has always kind of had, at least as far as I've been in this process, a healthy bit of reserve there. So, and this year's no different. We'll see what they do next year with all that extra money lying around. All right, tort reform, I mentioned some of that. These bills all died, but they will be back. One bill passed but was vetoed by the governor that deals with medical malpractice. And then local government, there's really two big things to cover here, and I know you know about the first one, Senate Bill 180, it was a bill dealing with emergencies, and on the day it passed, there's an amendment that was tacked on the Senate side before it was sent to the House. I would argue most members had no idea that this was added into it. Those that did maybe didn't even have a full appreciation for what it was, but to kind of put it out here, and I'm sure you've all spoken about it, it was a part dealing with what you can do on planning, zoning, different regulations when it comes to someone rebuilding the house. They did this a few years ago of where a hurricane landed in Florida, and for its path, anywhere in a 100-mile radius, which a lot of the hurricanes that meant most of the state, there was a kind of a moratorium on what a local government or county could do as far as when it comes to regulations on the zoning, permitting, and what have you. Under the premise of, if your house was unfortunately taken out by that storm or the roof or whatever, you shouldn't have all these new standards to make it almost impossible for you to fund it. What this did was used way more broader language, and it went retroactive. So it wasn't just going forward, it was, and I don't have the dates in front of me, I apologize, but it went back to, I want to say last fall, whenever the last hurricane hit, and it goes prospective. So every time a new hurricane hits, and let's hope not, regardless of this legislation, but let's hope not, it will start the clock over. There are a bunch of cities and counties that have already combined efforts to sue. There's a lot of pressure on legislators to pull this back, because a lot, Republicans and Democrats have said, I was aware of the language, I was not aware it went that far, right? Because, I mean, you've got, I'm telling you something you already don't know, you're seeing it like on a whole host of different things, right, it being applied to. Not just, hey, I lost my house or I had flood damage and I don't want to have to bring it up to code because that would be super expensive. We'll see where this lands. You're seeing some of the special interests rear up, not just cities and counties. I think home builders, you've seen like in Sarasota, Manatee County, there's been a lot of heavy action at that where the local home builders association have weighed in and said, don't you dare try to do something. And I'm paraphrasing, but you get the gist of it, and threatening lawsuits. We'll see where this plays out. It's unfortunate, and more so, regardless of how you feel about it, just more the language is very broad. So if you wanna interpret it broadly, you can, or if you want to interpret it narrowly, you can. But either way, you're going to be stuck in between a rock and a hard place as a local government official, and that's probably the most frustrating part, right? Even if you don't like the policy, just at least so you know what your road is or your lane is to travel. So you're going to see something in legislation. I don't know where it'll land next session. There's a lot of pressure going up both to the governor's office and to legislators to put a fix on this, especially because hopefully not again, but if there is a hurricane, that will then push that back even further, which takes, I mean, little things like vision plans, right? Where you want to have safer, roadways and stuff, those could be impacted, right? Because they have an impact on developers that want to go there. That doesn't seem like it was originally meant to be part of it, but the way it was drafted, it could. And then, of course, if you haven't heard of Doge and you're a local government official, congrats. Somehow you've avoided that conversation, right? As you all know, I was advising y'all to weigh in one way or the other because there were folks taking note of whether you had opted into Doge or not. Not that it was a guarantee veto or not on appropriations or other things, but the last thing I wanted to do is you find out after the fact, well, you mean if we would have opted in, we would have protected our appropriation or not? You deserve to have the facts and information, and you help guide me on what you want me to do with it. As you know from your neighbors to the east, or at least the county to the east, Doge has been very active over in Orange County. That won't be the last county that they're active in. I won't go back, but that original slide was CFO Blaise Ngolia. My guess is that if you weren't a political animal, you had no idea who Blaise Ngolia was unless you were active in the Republican Party. But again, that was a political animal. I think I captured that in that umbrella, right? Everyone now is starting to find out who he is because he's doing press conferences 2 or 3 a week over Doge. About waste spending in government. Now that's a subjective term, of course, but that's what he's going to lead with. He's going to go after Republican and Democrat cities and counties. I don't think anyone's safe. So that's more not a cautionary or a threat, obviously not from me, but just more of a, keep an eye out, because I don't think Orange County or Palm Beach County or Broward County are the last counties he's going to go visit. I think he's going to visit anywhere he can get a headline and lead to a conversation, which will lead to where I wrap up of the property tax discussion. So when I get there, we'll go back to that. But those are some of the bills. Here's a couple other that passed. Constitutional amendment reform. This is being challenged in the courts under First Amendment laws. It was reining in how you can do the petition initiative. Fluoride ban. I know you all heard about this. It was run by, in an ag bill by local Senator Truenow, and Representative Kaylee Tuck ran that. It was a big bill, but tucked in there was that fluoride ban. I say tucked in. It was like the worst kept secret. I don't think it was meant to be a secret. It was in there. State parks. You probably heard last summer there was this discussion of having a golf course and a park in South Florida, state park in South Florida, also pickleball courts and other things. That obviously went away. Republicans and Democrats quickly rose up against that, both in social media and you name it, telling the governor, do not do that on any terms. That obviously got pulled back. But there was a bill that was passed that made it very clear that if the state is going to, whether DEP or whoever's going to oversee parks in the future, if they're going to make any changes into those uses or amenities in a park, there needs to be a whole lot of buy-in and a whole lot of feedback. In other words, unless people actually want a golf course, there won't be a golf course in state parks going forward. I heard the argument with pickleball that it was too loud, and I thought that was kind of weird, but then I did go to a park with pickleball, and it's really loud. Fun, but loud. Condo law reform, Surfside, the awful tragedy that was, they immediately came in and tried to fix it, and that was 3 or 4 years ago, and they've been trying to fix it ever since, right? The knee-jerk reaction was focused on safety, so everything they did on condo law reform focused it on, the lessons they learned from Surfside, right? An underfunded reserve fund. They didn't have enough money for repairs, and when they did, they, not to accuse them being cheap, but right, they were that kind of didn't always use that expenditure based on what they came out in the study. So they went the other way, right? And now they require a ton of money in the reserve fund, and they require you to spend it if there's certain metrics hit on years of life, height of the building, proximity to the coast. And now it's almost too expensive to live in these condos that are in any of those areas. And there's also fear that that's going to, and there's a lot of folks that insure it are fearful that those terms are going to spread to any other building, condo or otherwise commercial, that's not on the coast, right? Because again, we have plenty of salt, plenty of other things in Florida's humidic atmosphere. So they made another attempt at it to try to cull back some of that reserve fund to try to keep safety as a priority, but also not make it so expensive that you can't afford to live in a condo in Florida. So that law, well, hopefully that works, because I don't think they want to deal with it again, and certainly people don't want to be putting people out of their condos. School start time repeal. You probably remember this bill from a couple years ago that was going to change school start time. It's not a full repeal. Basically what it is it just gives back the authority to local school districts that if they have any study that says, you know what, we don't think it's a good idea to push back these start times like to 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. for some of the schools. We're going to keep them at 7:45, 8. They can do so. DOH package, I wouldn't normally kind of highlight for you a DOH package, but part of it was the vaccine bans. You probably remember a couple years ago in the kind of as COVID had wrapped, the legislature with the governor's blessing and ask put forward in law like some 3-4 year outlook of ban on any of the COVID vaccine kind of mandates, right? Like, so you don't have to show your vaccine card if you want to go to a restaurant. That was set to expire this summer. They went ahead and put that in perpetuity, so that's going to be in there, I guess, until someone changes it, but it won't automatically sunset. And then brownfields. There was a time in Florida where we weren't so worried about our environment or the water or all those springs and everything else, and so a lot of poor development occurred that created, they call Superfund sites that are damaged environmentally. Brownfields funding is a way that developers have been able to go in and take some state support, federal support, and make it financially viable to redevelop a property, clean it up, and put something there, right? And so there was some worry that brownfield funding was going to go away, but they were able to clean up that package and renew it, so that's a good win for both environmentalists, developers, you name it, across the state of Florida. Bills that failed. Property insurance, they did some tweaks a couple years ago. They're really holding firm on not doing anything else. The good news is, as you may know if you follow this, the number of residential property insurers on the state fit on one page. You now have to turn the page over to see the number of insurers, so that's a big win, considering where we were. But the rates haven't quite dropped yet, and they're hoping, so hence the drumbeat continues to go of putting more in there, but the competition is now at least starting to show up. Hemp regulation, that didn't make it to the finish line. That'll be back. E-Verify. The state of Florida has E-Verify, but it's for companies with 25 or more employees, which, by the way, that's like only 10% of the companies in Florida. Most companies in Florida are small business, 25 or less. And so there was a movement. Interestingly enough, if you follow politics, this was interesting. A Democrat filed the E-Verify bill that would make it apply to everyone, not a Republican, which is usually a red meat Republican issue. So it got close, didn't quite get to the finish line. College university presidential searches. Now, you've probably noticed there's been a trend that now that college and university president searches can be out of sunshine, at least until finalists are announced. A lot of times what's happening is they announce just one finalist, right? It used to be, the rule said that you have to show who the top 3 were, but what's happening is folks will enter the process, and then once they've kind of figured out, obviously someone will get a signal that you're not the one, you're maybe 2 or 3, and they're able to pull their name out, and so it leads to one finalist. In some regards, that's a good thing, right? If the University of Florida, or UCF, let's hope not, UCF's got a great president, hopefully he's not leaving anytime soon, but if they're recruiting someone, let's say the Harvard provost, probably not good for the Harvard provost to have his name on all these application lists because he might lose his job. So it's good that it's private in some regards, right? But now that it's leading to one candidate only, you have no idea who they looked at, if it was political, not political, what was going on. And it's happened twice now at Florida with the second candidate, I say Florida, meaning the University of Florida, with the second candidate not able to even get BOG approval, right, because of some of his comments he made about DEI at the University of Michigan. My guess is this bill will come back, and it may actually pass, and they'll force the governor to decide what to do. Gun law changes. Ever since Parkland tragedy, and they passed the law that put some bans under 21 for long arm rifles, and then bump stocks and a couple other areas. There's been a push, to call some of that back, right? I think pro-Second Amendment folks. The first couple years it was less so, but in every year since, the House has passed something, the Senate has not. That trend, I was going to say, is expected to continue, but a couple factors, right? You can't take the politics out of tragedies, unfortunately, and there was an awful tragedy 2 weeks ago, and I promise you there will be lots of legislation that comes out of that on both sides of the aisle, and I imagine some gun law stuff will come out of that as well. If you're following, the first DCA had a recent ruling that made open carry apparently the law of the land in our state. That's how our sheriffs and police chiefs are now operating with the Attorney General's advice. But as you also know, open carry and concealed carry in the statutes are sort of these intertwined things. And so when you take away one, it doesn't work without the other, the way our laws are drafted. And so you have some weird notable exceptions in the law or loopholes where you can't conceal inside a city building, but you could open carry inside a city building the way it's being interpreted. That doesn't seem, it's one or the other, right? So they wanted me, don't worry, outside, I'm clean. They're going to have to address that regardless, but I think because of the fact that open carry now will likely be the law of the land with whatever legislation they put forward, I think you'll see some other law changes go into effect or at least be proposed. CRAs, this is our second to last slide, so we're almost done here, folks, I promise. CRAs, that was a bill that, because of some parades that were funded in South Florida and a couple other different things, there were some legislators that pushed to essentially eliminate CRAs. There was about 5 years ago, there was legislation that put a lot of parameters around what you all can do with your CRA. This legislation was going to really nullify it, say no new project spending that wasn't in the budget of this year, which essentially, unless you had a capital project that you had to continue to fund over, it was going to go away. We, on your behalf and others, were able to kind of love that bill to death where it went away, but I think it will come back next year. So put it on your radar. DBPR had a big dereg bill. It was probably a little too heavy in some of the special interests it was impacting, right? Think engineers, architects, and some of their continuing education. They have strong lobby presence. They weren't going to be okay with that. But I do think they'll bring something back. And then sovereign immunity. This session now passed. It'll be the 11th year since the state of Florida has done anything with caps on sovereign immunity. Cities and counties and other local government institutions are capped at 200, 300,000, whether it's joint or several. And every year that goes by, I would advise, is another year it's more likely going to happen, right? That they're going to raise the caps. The trial bar is certainly beating the drum, saying raise the caps. The trial bar friendly legislators that file bills have the caps moving up to 1 and 2 million, and then stacked with it's indexed after that, so it'll continue to go up in future years. That seems a bit aggressive. What we've seen that's more the middle ground is 400, 500,000 or 500, 600,000, which would probably track more the index over the last 11 years. So I say two things. It will eventually happen, I think, within the next 3 or 4 years, because every year that goes by, 200, 300,000 just feels like that much smaller of an amount for someone that unfortunately had to file a tort against a city or county. And the legislature is changing their tune. So we obviously fight to kill it unless we're told otherwise, or certainly keep it in that middle ground and not that extreme one. But put on your radar, this is something that will be back next year. And if it does pass, whether it goes to the 4, 5, or 600,000 or the million, that will obviously have an impact on how you guys approach self-insurance and joining, whether it's PIDGET or PRM or some of the other funds and that. So just put it on your radar. Here's what's coming up. In 2 weeks, I'll be up there, as well as a lot of my friends and, of course, our legislators. And then they'll be off to the races with January 13th start date of session. And then the last day of session, we hope, is March 13th. Last year, we weren't so lucky with 60 days. We'll see if this year's better. And then I didn't have it in there, but I'm going to, because of when we turn this in, but just a couple issues to put on your radar, and then obviously can answer questions since we're so late in the game because of the late end of session. It's almost like a session preview as much as a legislative wrap-up. Redistricting, you probably heard a lot about that. I fully expect the state to take on some level of redistricting for congressional seats. You've heard President Trump call for it. And look, some of the politics out of politics, right? Every president, going back to Kennedy, during their midterm has usually lost their Congress, right? If they had a majority. One way around that is if you put seats in red states, if you want to keep it red, and add a blue, right? So calling the politics what it is, that doesn't surprise me. It'll be interesting to see whether Florida gets an additional seat. That would be the process of apportionment, right? Many people 5 years ago thought Florida was going to get 2 seats. We only got 1 additional seat. And there's a lot of he said, she said on why that was the case. I'm not going to get into that, but we got 1. And it was we reapportioned and then redistrict. The governor has signaled, regardless of whether we get that additional seat or not, he wants the legislature to redistrict. The House Speaker has already set up a select committee for redistricting. The Senate, so far, crickets. But my guess is sort of the 8th law of physics, I always call it, right? Or the 9th law, whatever it goes there. Equal opposite reaction. If there's a Republican president and a Republican governor and a Republican legislature in Florida, they're going to do what the president is asking them to do, right? That's just kind of how that works. And you saw it during his first 4 years in office. Sort of the opposite is true, right? When there's a Democratic president and Republican governor, the opposite of things will occur, right? If Biden said something, DeSantis said the opposite. So the president wants redistricting and reapportionment. I think you're going to see it in Florida now that the governor has said it. What that will mean, Central Florida will mean a lot, right? A lot of folks thought if we got the extra seat, it was going to be right here where I'm standing. And that will lead to a politics, a lot of dominoes. We all know how that works. Someone will say, I'm running, and they'll already hold a seat. So they'll resign from that seat, and someone will say, I'm running for that seat, and you have multiple dominoes down the line. Even if we don't get an extra seat, if we redistrict, if you look at the growth, and the governor said he's going to redistrict regardless because under COVID, he doesn't think the state got an accurate count with the census of where people live and whatnot. And so he wants to have a better look at that. Everyone's moving to Central Florida. Orange, Lake, Osceola, Seminole, the crux of it, right? Especially with the Space Coast thriving, a lot of growth there. A seat will shift our way just on pure numbers alone, right? And redistricting, they can only have a variance between seats of one person, one voter, whereas House and Senate seats, they can have a variance of about 5% under federal law. If you can only have a difference of one between our seat and the one next door, Central Florida is going to have at least another person in there if they redraw them. So that'll be interesting, and of course create all those dominoes. And if we get an extra congressional seat to go with redistricting, who knows what that looks like, but it means politics. So that's something to pay attention. You heard the governor talk about vaccines with the Surgeon General and pulling back on some of those mandates. It got a very lukewarm to cold reaction from the legislators, but that doesn't mean they're not going to put it forward and doesn't mean they're not going to talk about it. And then finally, property taxes. DOGE, as I mentioned earlier, is in full effect. They're pulling records from not just your city, but all the cities across the state and all the counties. They're obviously looking to find big numbers because this is very much focused around property tax reduction. It's easier to sell property tax reduction if you can say blank billion amount is wasted in your local government dollars statewide. So you're going to hear a lot about that. They will pass an amendment just today and yesterday. We've been monitoring it. The House has their select committee on property taxes. Presentations from League of Cities and some city representatives and from the counties today. And then yesterday there was some other presentations from economists. And then I jumped out of this for member discussion, so I don't know all of it that occurred after I kind of closed the video. But they're clearly going to pass something. And they expect to have the proposal out for our consumption by November, December at the latest, so they can pass it pretty quickly in the legislative process in January when they gavel in, and then give the voters something to consider in November. I've heard anywhere from homestead, if you're over 65 and you've lived in the state so many years that you don't pay property tax, right? Again, going to I think the more recurring argument of, grandma and grandpa shouldn't be taxed out of their house. You shouldn't have to pay, you shouldn't have to lease the house you own till the day you die, and those kind of things. Makes sense, right? But if you go with that narrative, right? But certain, not to pick on the villages, but certain communities in our state, that's everybody, right? That's your tax base. Certain communities in our state have almost completely, because they were pre-platted, almost have very minimal commercial and industrial and almost all residential, right? So, and they're having those conversations, those very conversations up there, right? To the speaker's credit, if you look at that committee, the closest to our district is Bankson, who's on that committee, but it's people from all the different parts of the state, Republican and Democrat, rural, urban, and so you're getting a lot of different takes on this, but it is real. They are going to put something to the voters. My take, just kind of crystal ball on it, is if they're too aggressive, it'll fail. 60% is hard to get in the state of Florida, right? You saw it on the last two amendments with abortion and recreational marijuana. Had a very high percentage, but not 60, right? I think around 57, 58 for both of them. So getting to 60%, even if it affects your pocketbook in a positive way as just a homestead owner, is still hard, right? It just takes 40% of the people to say no thank you. So if they get too aggressive with it, I think it fails, dies under its own weight, right? You won't get 60%. But if it's a rifle shot, very real chance that it passes, right? And what that rifle shot looks like, though, not sure yet. They haven't quite culled it together and put together a plan, but it is coming, as well as a whole variety of other issues, which we'll keep you in tune to. But with that, happy to answer any questions or let you get to some of your other agenda items. It is a pleasure and honor to work with you all and represent you in Tallahassee. And I say it every year, and I'll say it again, Angie and I would love to host you in Tallahassee, so please don't be shy. Obviously, sometimes during League of City Days and others, many of you will come up and we'll organize meetings, but it doesn't have to be during those days, right? If you have a reason to be up there or don't have a reason to be up there, but you want to make a trip and talk about priorities important to you in the city, we will make sure your time is productive. I'm sure your local representatives and senators will always open the doors for them, but for some of those other doors, we'd love to help open them for you. So.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate
You
it.
got
I just have one question, because first, back to property tax, you had a $1,000 rebate. That's the first time I heard of that. What's that all about and how that's going to work?
That did not pass.
Okay.
That was in the governor wanted that. The legislature didn't give it to him. But he had pitched using some of our giant. I mean, I told you we had almost $12 billion in reserves. Using some of those dollars to have a $1,000 rebate for every homestead property owner. Right. I'm a homestead property owner. Sounds cool, right? But
Yeah.
it wasn't. That never was going to really go very far,
Okay.
and they were going to pay it off. It wasn't going to be on the backs of local governments. It would be with state revenue. But the speaker and the Senate president never really gave that much entertainment that I could tell.
Okay.
I have a question for you. Do you feel that the governor is trying to move so that local elected officials do not have a role in running the city to, like, we're getting rid of property tax? That's a major, source of revenue for us and whatnot. Do you think that's what the long-term state is to have this Doge to set up, like all of the cities are overtaxing everybody, so therefore they're no good, you don't need them, so let Tallahassee run your city instead?
Are you trying to get me in trouble?
Oh.
Are you, we're going to turn off the cameras, right? No. I don't have any idea of the full long-term goal, but I would be stating the obvious, and it's well tried and true. There has always, at least in my experience in this process, been friction between Tallahassee and local governments, right? I spend probably more time on fighting preemption laws than I am on your appropriations and other things. It's a lot like whack-a-mole, and part of it is there may be some ulterior motive or some grand plan of let's streamline it all. There may or may not be. I don't know. But what I do know is I mentioned the CRA bill, right? There was some funding that legislators, at least one from Southwest Florida and another from South Florida, as we traditionally call it, right? Miami, Broward County area, that didn't like some of the funding that a CRA was doing. So it just took that one instance for them to go up there and go, well, I'll just make sure no CRAs can do that, right? Because they did it here and that was bad, but we'll make sure none of them can do that. And how do you fix that? Well, let's just take away CRAs, or can put so many guardrails around their funding and expenditures that they can't do anything. That's how a lot of legislation occurs, right? And almost all legislation occurs, right? Either special interests like me, as much as, my parents don't like to hear I'm a lobbyist, right? That's what we do. You either have a special interest that has a problem with a regulation or a tax or something else that's asking the state to weigh in on it, or almost the rest of them, not always, but almost the rest of them, is something happened in someone's backyard and it drove them crazy, and they came up to Tallahassee and said, I'm never happening again. And the bad news is if that person's title begins with speaker or president or chair of this or that, it's got a better than not chance of passing. And us as lobbyists have to then go fight really hard. Nothing's worse than fighting a speaker or president priority, because you're going to lose that fight. You could just hopefully love it to death to kind of massage it into something that's livable when it's their priority. So I can't speak to what the motives are always, but I do know I read a lot of, kind of trying to keep up with everything, right, to help better represent you. We read a lot and keep up with the members across the state, right, all 160 of the Senate and House members, as well as the governor and his team. And when you see something happen, right, like I said, the awful tragedy of a week and a half ago, once you kind of take a step back and breathe, you realize there is going to be stuff that comes out of that legislation rise, right? And you can almost start to already predict it, right? Like some of the images on social media, I can already see the bill being drafted around censorship and banning, right? Some of how the media portrayed the event, right? And then of course gun laws and other things. That stuff's not hard to connect the dots on, cause and effect, but it almost always starts from one event, right? That's an easy one to point to because everyone knows that event. But little things that you never hear about, right? But maybe you catch a clipping from a newspaper in South Florida, this happened and residents were upset. Well, chances are if the residents were upset, they called their legislator or House or Senate or both, and said, fix this. And if they're like-minded to fix it, well, then they're going to go to Tallahassee and try to fix it. And we come in and say, please don't fix that, because if you do, it's going to mess up my city, who doesn't do anything wrong, right? Leave them alone. They don't ever carve them out. They make it apply to everyone, which is not always great.
Thank you.
So, just so everybody on the council knows, I had a great meeting with Angie last week, and wanted to get some dates for everybody so that we're prepared, because, not to Chris's fault, but I personally did not feel we were prepared properly last year. So what date do you need our legislative priorities by?
As soon as you can. And I know they start in 2 weeks. They have to be filed by I want to get my dates right. I want to say by the first week of December. And so, look, Representative Yarkowski, and the House is where that harder deadline is. For appropriations, let's start with that, not necessarily policy issues. Appropriations, the sooner we can get that to Representative Yarkowski's office and Senator Trudeau as well, but certainly him, because he's got the harder deadlines, the better, because that gives Angie and I a chance to work with he and his team and to educate him on the issues, right? Because some of how this goes, right, is, and understandably, we hand him 6 priorities that he's not necessarily, or any member for that matter, is not necessarily going to file all 6 appropriations. They want to understand it, know what they're getting into. And so part of our job is to convince them of the value of some of those appropriations, but also know that highly unlikely, but even if Representative Yarkowski was the speaker, highly unlikely he gets 6 appropriations passed. That just isn't usually how it works in the process. So what we rank them for us, help us understand what are the most important, and go to him and go, okay, here's all 6 that we're looking at. This one's the top one. That one's next in line. The others are still important, but these 2 are the ones we gotta have if we can have a gotta have. And then work with him and obviously Senator Trudeau to get those lined up, get them in drafting, get them filed. On policy side, right, League of Cities usually leads the way on some of the policy issues, but if we have a specific policy issue that we want to address, their drafting deadline is in December as well. And as far as to get it just drafted, it doesn't have to file until the day before session, so January 12th for the House and Senate. But we have to give it to them to go into drafting so that they can have the folks inside the House or Senate staff get it drafted up in bill form so that then they can click publish or amend it further. So does that answer the question?
Sort of. So what my ultimate goal is to sort of work with you guys hand in glove, as well as being able to work with Representative Yarkowski and Senator Trudeau in making sure that we have put forth, oh look, there's Angie, making sure that we have put forth the things that have the best opportunity moving forward.
Right.
And I think by deep diving in that and listening to the priorities of this council, that we can get through that and have those conversations. It was very top down last year. We were handed, here's your legislative priorities, and we never had a legislative priority conversation. So
Understood.
it changed a little bit, but what I'm asking for is some dates for you so that we can put some workshops on and get through this sooner, so that everybody up here has had their opportunity to say, hey, this is something I'm concerned about. Is this a possibility that we can move it through? If we all agree, great. If not, we can go talk with senator, representative, say, hey, is this something you'd be interested in? If they say no, then we know we need to put it off to the side. So, but anyway, that was where I was going with it. And so I appreciate y'all's time, because it was, and thank you, Angie, for meeting with me the other day. It was, but this is timely because we really do only have October, and that's why I'm asking this is
Right.
I'd like to get some dates in October, probably need 2 workshops for us to get through it all,
Okay.
and then get it to you.
And Angie just pointed out a note, because I know I'd sent it out before. November 21st is actually that drafting deadline. So, and we can get it to him up until that day. I'd prefer not to wait till that day, right? Because that makes for an angry staffer when I hand him a bunch of stuff to input. But we'll be there when you want us to be there to talk through this and work with you and staff, obviously, to get this lined up.
So for the remainder of council, we've got a lot already going on the 21st. But I think we do need 2 workshops to get through this, and they may not be super long. But we need to do this with an educated mind and being able to have all of our input heard and to hear from the city as well, so that we actually have a robust conversation and do what's best for the city. So we just have to figure out some dates that we can do this in October so that we're finished essentially by November. If they needed to tweak it after that, we know it's done by November 21st.
Chris, what I saw a couple things in your presentation. Thank you for coming, by the way. That we are in alignment on. And so my question is, as we're preparing for our workshop, what would you say are the top 3 issues that if we were to bring for appropriations requests to the state, that we would get support because they're in alignment with the goals of the body up there?
Sure. Water quality funding is something that this legislature and this governor has supported. I would stress, though, that when you do that, we should make sure we note where it aligns or doesn't align with DEP grant funding. A lot of the money, if you go back a couple years when they tied the Hard Rock, or the Seminole Gaming Compact, I call it Hard Rock, right, if you're familiar, the revenue from that, 95% of what's coming to the state is now going towards water quality funding. Everglades restoration, you name it, Springs restoration, and down the line. So this year, the governor wasn't as aggressive on vetoes. The previous year he was, of saying, well, if you were eligible for a grant, you shouldn't be coming to the state. Last session, he didn't veto everything that was eligible for a grant. So what I would say is, if we go in that realm, because it is ripe and there's plenty of money and there's an interest at the legislative level, we just note why it either doesn't qualify for the grant in our application or why we need it before grant process, right? To the urgency on it, so that we're not setting ourselves up for failure, right? Get it funded, have the senator and representative get it through the budget process, and have the governor veto it to say, well, you could have got it through a grant. On that other side, too, is if we are going through grant, and your staff knows this, we can obviously be deployed to work with DEP, and we have in the past on behalf of the city to help elevate certain grants and make sure that they get attention by DEP. Yeah. Obviously, they have a ranking system, but we can certainly make sure that ours is getting all the consideration it's deserved. So that's a twofold. Infrastructure community centers, right? I was whispering to Angie, right, when you guys were taking public comment. We've done some appropriation projects around Meet Us in the Middle for some of the infrastructure side of things on that. Some successful, some not, right? One year I think we were asked to get Wi-Fi funding. I thought it was a fun idea. That the word Wi-Fi didn't sit well with maybe someone in the governor's office, so we had to work through that. But felt like it was maybe more of an amenity than a necessity. But there's a lot of folks on those trails, right? So infrastructure / community, when you have those hybrids like Meet Us in the Middle, that project, those are good opportunities, right? Because the whether it's in the water silo or in the transportation economic development, which is community center silo, you see a lot of interest there. Finally, road funding, I'm going to say this with some caution. There is funds in the budget, and a lot of folks get roads funded through the budget. But almost all of those are funded through trust funds, meaning they're not funded out of general revenue, but they just kind of, if there's $11 billion in the state trust fund for transportation, they say, well, we'll just take $5 million out for this road, and that's how a lot of it is. If the legislature gets too aggressive with that, right, if they're funding in the hundreds of millions out of that trust fund, we've seen the governor in the past just redline all of them and say, unless it was general revenue, we're going to veto it all. So you run that risk. And then there's the other side of it with working with DOT. Often, not always, but often, if, say, we got $5 million for a project on a road, which is about where those projects kind of roll in, $2 to $5 million, they say, great, we got to take $5 million out because it's coming out of their budget of somewhere else that's going to affect Clermont, right? So I would say take a good look at some of your projects that are in the work plan that are lined up, if we have any, because we run the risk of, unless we're trying to get something moved to the top of the work plan or get it funded now and not wait 3 or 4 years in the work plan, we run the risk of getting the project you hand to me funded, but then they go down the list and go Clermont and just put a big line through it for next year because they obviously got to make it work on their budget. So just some of the stuff we have to work through. And if your manager and your team come to me with road funds, that's the first thing I'm going to ask is, okay, where's this in the work plan? Where are we looking at that? So we at least eyes wide open, right, of what this will affect. If it's not in the work plan at all and we don't have anything forthcoming in the work plan, that's an easier conversation because there's less at risk. So those kind of things.
So can we use your services to basically say, here are our top projects, and have you advise us on where we need a grant writer, where we might look for other grants, and leverage your experience and services to be able to do that, rather than telling you specifically what to do.
Yes and yes. And
Okay.
I would also say the one I didn't mention is police and fire. It's tricky. The governor has not always, but pretty often rejected anything that's police and fire stations, excuse me, under the premise of that is your core property tax. That's what it's for. Why would you come to the state? There's obviously exceptions to that, and Clermont probably is one of those exceptions. And what I mean by that is just the massive amount of growth here now and what is expected with Wellness Way and some of the other projects coming down the line. We have an argument to make that we know it's coming, but they're not taxpayers yet. We got to get ahead of the curve. So, working with you and your staff, that may be something to look at. But again, we got to be able to make that full connection there to the governor's team of why this is different than some other city that has no new expected growth, just wants the state to pay for their new fire station, not them locally, right? Because that's just kind of the approach. Now, additions to those, right? Like if it's a certain, like you need a new tanker pumper truck, right? Because, the one you've got's broke and the budget, we can make those arguments, right? But if for a full-on fire station, they've typically viewed those as non-starters in the governor's side. Because again, not because they don't support fire and police, but just more they think that's y'all's job. At least why they still let you have property taxes. So, there.
Thank you.
A quick question on the vaccine mandate you'd spoken about. Is there a mandate now on the COVID vaccine that requires prescriptions, or has that been lifted?
I don't believe so, at least not at the state level. I will admit, I don't get involved too heavily in healthcare. I have a few clients that has me in there, but what they were doing at the state was just, the whole, if you recall, let's go back in time, right? When everyone was going back out in the open, there started to be this case where you couldn't go to this event unless you masked up or showed your COVID card, what is it called? Your vaccine card and all the boosters and all that. And the governor jumped on that immediately and said, nope, not on my watch. And he pushed the legislature to pass laws that would restrict businesses, right? Made for some interesting politics, right? Typically, businesses can do what they want, but made it clear that not just y'all as public buildings and public officials, but businesses couldn't restrict either. And that was what was set to expire. I'm unaware, though, of how it works with prescriptions. I know there's some federal stuff that's rolling off or being pulled back, but at the state of Florida, I would be shocked if there's any kind of level of COVID vaccine mandate anywhere.
Well, I'm not saying it's a mandate. I was saying, like, in the past, through your medical director, in a pharmacy setting, you could give like flu, you could give pneumonia, Tdap, RSV through the medical director. But then this year they pulled that and they said that the state of Florida for COVID vaccine is requiring a prescription from your doctor. And there's a lot of pushback on that, as why on the state level is this being required as opposed to the federal level? It's not being required just for the over 65 population, not for the under 65.
I'll double check on that. I had heard that. I didn't realize that got through, but that may be the case, that it requires a prescription now.
Thank you.
So just to move this part along, is anybody able to do workshops on Thursdays? Because the 9th and the 23rd would give us enough time to do it. We're just going to run out of time for October, and I think this is extraordinarily important. October 9th and 23rd.
I can do 9, but not 23.
I'll be out of town on the 9th.
Okay. We just need to land on some dates.
Can we do
I
the
can do
21st and
23
22nd? Just do back to back?
I think we need to have some time to speak with Chris and his team, as well as the senator and the representative. So if we had at least a week or two in between, just so we can say, hey, these are our priorities, put those together, present them, have them come back, and then that way we land on.
I don't mind zooming in on the 23rd if we want.
Angie, the date you just gave, is that when it has to be to you all, or?
That's where it needs to be to the legislators, or the House at least.
The House, okay.
Yeah, we really need to have this done before the end of October.
So that need to be to Taylor, Representative Lukowski, what was it?
He said that.
What was the date on that?
November 21st.
November 21st.
Well, what about
I can do the
October
20th.
2nd and October 21st? Is that enough time in between?
We already have the one on the 21st. We just doubled down on it.
But we don't have anything on the 2nd.
Yeah, I was thinking, what about, I'll be done. I have a TDC meeting review that day, but I can just step out. I mean, I can probably reorganize that if we need to on the 2nd. And then, what about the 20th? The 2nd and the 20th. That's a Monday. Would that work?
Fine. That works for me. What about you, Bill?
Everybody else?
Mayor? Well, they want to do, the 20th and 21st, yeah. Does that work for you, Mayor?
Let's see what we got here.
Make notes. We're giving you a challenge.
Oh, I mean, we can definitely check with the schedules with everybody and have Debbie call everybody, all council, to make sure that everybody's good that day. Are
Everybody's
we
good to
looking
go on
at
that
3
day.
o'clock? Are we looking at
Maybe 3
earlier,
o'clock?
later?
At the same time?
It doesn't
I'm fine with that.
I'm
So, I mean, I'll make whatever work. So, if y'all want to do the 2nd and the 20th, I mean, it didn't sound like anybody had an issue with the 20th.
So
Just
we'll
to
do
confirm, you
the,
want to do the 20th and the 21st.
right.
Is that
I was
correct?
about to say
The
that.
21st is the reclaimed
Yeah, you
water
already have
and
a
regular
workshop on
veterans.
21st, yes.
Yep, which
And
is
the
fine.
20th.
Okay, so just 2 days in a row then.
I'm okay.
Yeah, they're just different
Okay.
items.
That sounds good. I'm fine. I'll be here.
Great.
And so everybody's good on the 2nd then?
So we'll meet October 2nd and October 20th,
Do y'all have a time on that?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Does that mean you'll be here?
I'll try. I know in the 2nd I'm supposed to be in Tallahassee, but the 21st, 20th,
20, Monday the 20th.
yeah, that one I will be around. So you said
So
3
that'd be
o'clock?
good. So we could brainstorm on the 2nd and then give him the feedback and then he can come on the 20th. Give us counsel.
3 o'clock on both of them, right?
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, the other two are fine. Yeah, I'm not going to be here on the 2nd.
Okay, then hold on. Let's find a date where we can all sit down and make that work. Is anybody good on the 6th, since Mondays seem to work? On the 6th too?
Yeah. Well, the one before is the prep. That's why I said I could move that one. But this
You
is the
can-
meeting.
If you're gonna start at 3 o'clock, you can do the 7th, 7, as long as we out of here. What time, P and Z start?
Usually 6:30.
6:30. You limit yourself to, a couple hours. You start at 3, be out of here by 6 or so.
That's fine.
I'm good
We'll
on
do
the 7th.
So the 7th and the 20th?
Okay.
All right.
7th and 20th?
So, Chris, of course, one of the questions I want to ask, SB 180, is there any indication that they're going to be looking at that and also live local again this year?
I think they'll always look at Live Local.
Always?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's because they every year that goes by, they find new things that are both good and bad, right? And so, and I would say to y'all, if we're seeing something that's not working for us, we should ask for them to fix it. Are they going to, at least while Pasadomo is in the Senate, unwind Live Local? No, and probably not after she leaves, but they've been open-minded to tweaks, right? Because they recognize a couple things, right? They recognize that it is a burden, and they've already seen in the cities and counties where they fell under that UF study to say that there was enough housing they could opt out. Just about anyone that could opt out opted out, right? Because it's just, whether it's the incentives or the regulation and burden, they wanted out of that, right? So then that puts even more burden on the rest of the folks in the state where the developers will go. We've also seen developers take advantage of the law, no different than the Senate Bill 180, and force some issues or use it to leverage, say, well, I want you to fix my community that has all these golf courses that no one uses and let me put in like 30 new homes, and you say no and go, fine, I'll put affordable housing there. And then you're like, well, we'll take the 30 homes. And so, that wasn't what that was meant to do, right? I think the former President Pasadoma would call it a victory if you got affordable housing out of it, no matter what. But I don't think she was anticipating that cities or counties were being leveraged like that, right? Where they would show you the really bad project that's under the guise of affordable housing, and then the other one that's not great either, but not affordable housing, but a little better. And you go, oh, well, I'll take that one instead of this one, out of leverage play. But I would need y'all, and I would lean on y'all to tell me what was being done if that's happening here, so that we can go get a tweak in the law to avoid those kind of leverage plays, but still allow the law to exist, because I don't think they're going to overturn the law anytime soon. That's my guess.
Do they understand, though, that if they're not putting it in a work area, that it's just creating more traffic, more infrastructure issues? I mean, ultimately, that's the thing. I don't have an issue with Bill necessarily, but if you put it in an area that actually has jobs, then it makes more sense. But putting something in Clermont, where most of our folks go to Orlando, only exacerbates our issue. So I don't know how you explain that to them, or if they even care.
I think they care, and I think they want to explore ways to make this work better. But it's also, I think, on y'all's behalf, we had some conversations last year to talk about that very topic of we're a bedroom community to Disney and some of the other parks and some of the other businesses. We have our own industry here, but a lot of the folks here are going to these other spots. This doesn't help us, right? Like, let's come up with a better model that could not put too much burden on you, but we could be part of the solution. And there wasn't like a simple way, right? It was like, okay, well, if you're within 20 miles of a job center, right? Well, then, in Florida, that's probably everywhere. That's, with a few exceptions, that's not 20 miles. So how do you draw that up to make it work where we don't have as much burden, or at least the burden on us makes more sense? But I think they're open-minded to if we can come up with ways to do that. If we've got a thing we think works for us and won't have a bunch of impact elsewhere, like, unintended effects, I think they'd be open-minded to it. We're certainly not the issue here. We're where people are going to live affordably, right? No one points at Clermont and says it's getting too expensive to live there. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But the point is compared to maybe some other parts in the region where it is no one, not even people with really, 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 really good jobs can afford to live there, right?
I have a friend who's a multimillionaire who told me he couldn't afford a neighborhood, and I was like, what? One of the most wealthy people I know. And he's like, oh, I can't live there. I don't make enough money. And I was like,
and that's kind of a trend everywhere.
That's
and I would say,
insanity.
At least on paper, y'all are on the more affordable side, though,
right.
when you look at it.
Yeah,
so that's what I was trying to get at. And again, we're not contributing to the problem necessarily, but could they have a way to work with us so that, to the extent we want to be part of the solution, it can not be as burdensome on us. But you're absolutely right. It's affecting everyone, and they're putting them in commercial and industrial areas where it's impacting all of that traffic, but also taking, say, industrial, where the prices are set at a certain way, and raising the prices, because a cement factory or affordable housing complex, right? I can tell you what drives more revenue for the developer. That's an easy equation. But they couldn't put them there before because it was zoned industrial, because you, the city, your planners helped come up with a design of this is where this belongs. It works better for our traffic patterns and everything else. Not anymore. So that's some of those unintended or maybe intended consequences of that. We work with commercial developers across the state, and they've been lamenting that the prices have gone up. And it's not because just commercial development is that much more, popular. It's because they're competing now with residential projects.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. All I know that live local is caused quite a bit of burden, and I've been trying to figure out and find out how much affordable housing actually have come out of this bill. Because everybody I talk to that's having it being utilized, it's not really affordable housing that's happening under this bill. So
that's a fair criticism of the bill. The way it's drafted, it's those percentages and where those base and ceilings, that's market for a lot of areas. Yeah.
Well, thank you again.
My pleasure.
Any other questions, concerns, anything? And I guess we will see you on the 7th, I guess. Now that you
looking forward to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Angie's good seeing you. All right. Before we move on any further, wow, been here 2 hours already. Any changes to the agenda?
No, sir, there's not.
No changes. Okay. The next portion of the meeting is for the consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wish to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff, members of the city council wish to speak to a consent item, they have the same opportunity. The consent items tonight is items 1 through 8. Anyone want any items pulled from the consent agenda?
Am I making a request to pull or just to
Yeah,
speak on the
request
item?
to speak.
Item number 7, please.
Item number 7, okay. Any other? Any other? I'm, pull item number 3 myself as well. Any other items need to be pulled? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion for items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8.
Motion to approve consent agenda items 1 and 2, 4 through 6, and number 8.
I second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second for approval of consent agenda items 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 3. Request for a proposal of a award comprehensive plan. I pulled this item, I went back and looked at, I know in your packages did not list, at least my package did not show any of the proposed costs from any of the other 8 candidates that submitted a proposal on this. So I went back and I asked for the proposal, the prices on all of them, and I just find it real strange, or not strange, but kind of ironic that we are getting ready to try to just pass the item here for $685,000 when they was by far twice as high as anybody else that put in a proposal in this package. And I'm just, I'm trying to figure out what's so special about this company that we're willing to pay that kind of money. And $685,000 is actually $179,000 less than what they actually proposed.
Mm-hmm.
So why are we ready to pay that kind of money when the next closest thing cost in the whole package is $358,000? And plus the fact that we just, for a year and a half, almost 2 years, we were working with another company with a comprehensive plan that had only charged us $300,000, and we just strapped that and threw away $250,000. And now we're finna go back and say, hey, we're ready to give you another somebody else $600 and some odd thousand dollars. So I'm just trying to figure out what's so glorified about this company that we got to spend that kind of money. And when I think any one of these companies on this list, including the one we just strapped, was capable of giving us, doing a comprehensive plan for us.
Did you review the proposals?
Yeah, I reviewed the proposals, and they're all capable of doing that. That's why it was in the package.
You read all the proposals?
Well, no, I didn't. I read the requirements for the proposals and everything. So,
okay.
And that's why they were ranked and everything. But
so I reviewed all the proposals.
Okay.
And there's a noticeable difference between DPZ Design Co. and every other application that came in. Frankly, I think our evaluation committee got it right by putting them in the front. DPZ Design Co. is literally the firm that wrote all the books that all of the other applicants quoted when submitting their applications, or instructed all of the other applicants. And we're actually getting the people who wrote the books with DPZ Design Co. The price, I actually think staff did a wonderful job. They took almost $200,000 off of the original proposal. So we're getting $1.75 million of comprehensive planning for so far 1.2. I think there's additional code writing that would go into the rest of the city, but we're well under budget with the best design firm in the world. So I am actually very happy for Clermont to get this. I think it's wonderful. I think our staff did a great job getting us here.
I'm only going to add to this that we did not throw away $250,000. I think that's a mischaracterization because all of the data that we pulled out of that first part is going to be used moving forward. So having that data is important, and that was what that was for that collection of data. So I disagree with that characterization of that. I don't think anybody's up here just flippantly. I'm talking. I don't think anybody is up here just flippantly throwing away $250,000. So I think that's unfair to your fellow council members. The second part is that yes, there was a much greater depth on DPZ, and I'm comfortable with it. This is what is going to lead the city forward. This is what's going to explain in language that people can understand what can be done here. And I think it's important that we do that. Codes, these current codes that we use right now are archaic. And one of the things that I've done is try to work within those codes. And I've had pushback from people sitting on this council when we've tried to fix codes to make things easier for businesses and for residents to do work on their homes, their property, and to do business in the city. And I think it's important for us to get this correct, and I'm going to support it.
I mean, my understanding is DPZ is the best in the nation. And they, I know the price is very high, but I also anticipate that they're going to be able to generate more revenues for the city when they, we utilize, let's say, form-based codes and those type of things. They'll be able to redo the city in a more economically, we can't understand. It's like me asking a brain surgeon how he's going to attack your brain to remove that tumor, so that this way we're going to have full functionality. And we'll get full functionality with our city by spending this money. I think we're going to reap the reward at the end.
You're trying to say none of these seven companies on this list has the capability of giving us full functionality in the city?
Well, if you were going to get a brain surgeon, you'd want to get the best brain surgeon available, wouldn't you?
Motion to approve item number 3, request for proposal on the comprehensive plan.
Just a minute. This is a public hearing. Anybody in the public wishing to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address, and have 3 minutes.
Hello, Valerie Shuett, 931 West Montrose Street. I'm in full support of this. I think this is an area, we're talking 20 years of planning. We're talking the Clermont I'm hopefully going to raise my children in, and I want to know that we've invested in the best when it comes to planning. I don't think this is a thing where we just go for the budget brand because it's cheaper. I think a part of good stewardship is spending wisely, and sometimes that means spending more on the better thing. And so that's how I see this. I'm very thrilled to see that this company has submitted a proposal and that they can help us. When we get a lot of complaints about overdevelopment and traffic and all these things, we're hearing all the time from our residents, and I'm not sure the public even fully understands how much our comprehensive plan and our code, I've only recently learned that, so I'm certainly not standing up here like an expert. It affects all of that. And so it's so important that we get this right and we don't fumble the ball with this. So it's like a worthwhile investment, in my opinion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wishes to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. And no one else, I close public comment. Bring it back to council.
Motion to approve item number 3, request for proposal award on the comprehensive plan.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 3 on the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote nay. Motion passes 4-1. Item number 7, resolution number 2023-031R. Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Brian Bain, 245 Nautica Mile Drive. I have just a couple of questions. So the staff report here indicates that this is not actually issuing or authorizing the issuing of debt. So I do have a question as to what the actual purpose of this resolution is, and what's the effect if you do it, and what's the effect if you don't do it. So that's the first series of questions. The other piece that I'm curious about is, so in the budget, it's budgeted, I think it's line 42104, $12.5 million for a parking structure. The first whereas has $15 million listed. That's a 20% increase of what the budget has. And then in section 1 of the actual language of the resolution, it lists $17 million. That's a 36% overage of what's in the budget. So I don't understand why we have three figures out there with relation to this parking structure when the budget is one number and the resolution actually has two different numbers associated with it. And so if you could get some clarification on that. And then with regard to the current plan, the report indicates that this was the current plan to pursue debt obligation. If I remember correctly from the conversations that was had at the budget workshops, there was not consensus on the council that this would go to debt obligation. There was conversations about using CRA funds. There was conversations about using other streams of revenues and going to debt service. And so I'm just curious. I don't remember seeing a resolution that said we're going forward with issuing debt. Now, maybe that's what this is, but it's not saying we're doing that. So again, question on why this is here before us today. And also, too, the conversation before about if, we talked about if we need something. Well, I would say, if you look at Strong Towns, you look at the website Revitalize or Die. Follow that Facebook group. It's a Strong Town-based type of Facebook group. And why people come to downtowns. People come to downtowns for events and for buildings, for the items that are in the buildings, not for parking. I understand we have to have parking, and parking is an if we need. Things that we must have are going to be bringing people downtown. And for us to, for there to be the conversation earlier about the fact that we may not have the funding to do, or if we need to have the funding to do parks and memorials and projects, I would say those are musts, not ifs. And I think that those would bring people downtown and bring people to our city, bring people to our community in a central location. And I think that it's a little bit premature to say that we are going to be moving forward with a current plan for debt obligation. And we need some really clarification on what the numbers actually are. The budget's 12.5, this says 15 and 17. And then also to really just to figure out what is the purpose here, what does the effect do, and what does it don't do if this doesn't get passed or does get passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to mic. Oh, thank you.
Someone asked me a question on this. I've done legislative affairs for 10 years now with Congress.
Name and address, please, sir.
Kurt Shue,
Okay.
VFW Post 855 DeSoto Street.
Thank you, sir.
So someone asked me the question because I went to Tallahassee, I've gone to Congress, and what I was curious about, and I don't have this answer, so I'm sure the city attorney will over me, but in 2020, Florida statute passed 7501 jurisdiction on bonds and debt. So I printed it out, I'll hand it to you, and it talks about before you can obligate bonds or debt under 7503, I'll read this and I'll be done. Thank you for your patience. The condition of precedent filing complaints of validation of bonds or certificates of debts, the county, municipality, state agency, commissioner, or department must then cause an election to be held, authorize the issuance of bonds or certificates of debt, show prima facie case, in favor of the issuance thereof the debt, permit by law, adopt of ordinance, resolution, thereby issuance of bonds debt be afforded. So I was confused by this. So I don't know the answer, but I did print this out. Sir, if I may, can I approach?
I don't need it.
Okay.
I don't need it, thank you.
Okay.
I haven't given to anybody else. Okay.
I've read it already, so thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public which addresses the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one else, I'm gonna close public comment and bring it back to council. What say council?
I'm going to move to table item number 7, resolution 2025-31R, specifically because we talked, first of all, at the budget adoption that staff would bring us back capital plans. I know the intention is to resolve our parking issues downtown, and I want to resolve the parking issues downtown. But I believe that we have other items that will be coming before us that are relative or related to this, and I would like to have a better idea of the picture exactly of what we're doing. This feels a little bit to me like we're committing to building a garage at the 7th Street property, even though we're not. It's been explained to me that we're not. This is giving us the ability to reimburse ourselves if expenses were to be incurred. Did I say ourselves? The city, if expenses were to be incurred. And so whoever's keeping the clock, please keep me on time. And I just worry that if I'm hit by a bus tomorrow, that it wouldn't be obvious that I was not ready to move forward with a parking garage in this spot downtown. Not that I can't get there, just that I'm personally not ready. And I feel like if I affirmatively vote for this now, it will give that impression, whereas I don't want to vote no for it now if 2 weeks from now we have a plan and I'm ready to vote for it. So my proposal is to table it. So that's my motion.
So I'm just going to tell you that I'm not going to support that, primarily because we need to move this forward. And part of the reason that we have questions about amounts, what it's going to cost, what it's going to look like, is until we start moving this forward so we can actually see what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, what it's going to look like, we don't have an end cost. And we need to move this part along. And this is the whole part that I get really frustrated with. This is part of planning. And if we don't get the planning side moving, you can say we don't need parking today, but you can't say that we're not going to need parking next year when we have all of these new homes done. And we have 25 new apartments put behind Johnson's Market. And we've got another condo going right behind here.
Yeah.
So with the addition of all of these homes and, we have some additional ADLs that are already in process. So the problem that I run into is that we're here to plan and we're here to move things forward, and we can't plan if we're just going to sit here and have paralysis by analysis. And I'm not saying that we have to move forward with this, but nobody up here has seen the final thing. And everybody knows I probably worked on this more than anybody, and we have some ideas, but until we get numbers on paper, it's all a guess. And I'm looking at things and saying, hey, this will be really neat if we can do it. But I don't even know if it's possible, because if they come in at $30 million, I'm like, okay, well, we can't do that. So while I understand where you're at, we're also just holding up our process to hold up our process. And we haven't voted. We don't even have an engineering drawing. We haven't gotten anywhere along the way to say that we're on the hook for a significant dollar. So just so you know, I'm not going to support it, and that's the reasons why. I appreciate where you're at, but this is part of planning, and we've got to get to where we're planning.
If I can take
Do I have a second for the motion?
I heard it.
Second.
I have a second for the motion now. Okay. You have anything to say on the motion?
No, sir.
Well, let me say,
Well, if I may, because I made the motion, and I'll stop after this, is I think Mr. Howard makes a really good point. I want to be clear that my concern is that the location, it's not that we don't need a parking solution.
I don't think we're talking about a location. I think we're talking about conceptual
But
first.
this is written to include a specific location.
Yes.
And so my question would be to help me maybe get to where Mr. Howard is, because I do think doing due diligence is important, is Mr. Waugh, could this be rewritten to say any property owned by the city rather than the one specific parcel, or must we have a specific parcel?
Could this resolution be rewritten so that it would apply for any property?
Yes. Because we have DPZ
Yes.
coming in here. They're going to be able to tell us in a very short period of time where the parking garage should be.
I'm sorry, let me say this, Ms. Strange. By doing that, by any property, again, I guess that's gonna go back to Mr. Howard's point of the fact that you're not gonna be able to move forward because now you gotta do engineering and drawing and everything for all these different properties. So now you're talking about costs on each one of them.
I think it has to be specific for a property.
It has to be specific for a problem, but the problem I have with it, and I'm in agreement with you, Ms. Strange, is the fact that it need to be tabled. Because first of all, everybody know I don't see a need for parking right now, parking garage right now. The other problem I have with it, we haven't did any engineering, any design, but yet and still we're sitting here asking for a $17 million authorization for something we have no clue about what we're getting. I have a problem with that. Okay, there's been no engineering and everything. Now, if you want to make a motion or do something about, hey, you want to commit $200,000-$300,000 to do engineering and design for a parking garage, or do a study of where the best place for a parking garage, I can support that. Okay, but to just sit here and say, hey, we gonna put a parking garage here, and we want to commit $17 million to this, as it was said before. I heard earlier they talking about 12 million, 15 million, 17 million, and I think when it first started, we was talking about $7 or $8 million on the parking garage. See, so all these different numbers, and before we can get there and find out exactly what it is, you have to have engineering and design and everything done, and none of that has been presented. So why are we sitting here at this point trying to commit all this money to something we have no clue about what we finna buy?
Does giving a budget for research help get us forward? in
So
the direction you need?
here's the problem. If we can't come up with a number, and we can't say, hey, we can commit to, let's just go ahead and land on 17. If we can't commit to 17, then we don't know what we can do with, we don't know heights, we don't know lengths. The conversation has been being able to make it longer will significantly reduce the cost per space. However, making it longer, we do some neat things. It gives us some opportunities. We can do some wraps. We can do some mixed use under it. There's some really cool things that come along with that, but that comes at an increased cost. And until we get to landing on that and having those conversations, I think this is just part of trying to move that forward. I mean, we can sit here and we can table it, and this is, the mayor just doesn't like this. He's been against it from the beginning. So every time he says, hey, I just want to, I don't need it, we don't need it. This is part of planning, and all we're doing is kicking the can down the road. And if you go back and you listen to what he says, hey, it was $5 million or $8 million, however many years ago, our prices are increasing lately, have been over 30%. If we do not get this done, we're never going to get it done. We are so far behind the, even if we go into debt, and this is coming from a fiscally conservative person, even if we go into debt, it's going to be less than the cost of increase and inflation over the years. We are only hurting ourselves, and it's just poor planning and poor management on behalf of this council, and I'm going to be hard-nosed on that. But it's just where you're at. I'm not going to support it. I'll support the item.
Because I've gotten so many people have told me that they've been, not for events, just normal driving around town, they can't park, and they said, I wish you guys were a little bit more like Winter Garden, because I believe that the garage will increase revenue. Like the story, if they build it, we will come, and I think, this will happen if we get a garage. Now, granted, it's a lot of money, but, sometimes we have to spend money to make money. And I think this bill is really a reimbursement from the CRA after we get it. So it's not going to really cost the city anything.
So what happens when DPZ comes in and says the parking garage should be by the city center? What do we do if that happens?
The city center would be off. No, because it has to be here.
What do we do if the best designers in the world come in and say it needs to be in a location other than this one 4 weeks from now? That's my fear.
And here's the problem. We have it's called a limitation of matter. You have a limitation of space. So just like a limitation of matter, you can only get so much in a space. When you have the conversations with the people who actually build the parking structures, in order to get the price per space down to where you want it, you need length. because they're using pre-engineered parking structures. That was where we run into the problem with the one behind us. Great spot for a parking structure, and it was originally designed for that, but the price per space is so much more expensive than if we can get the length and we can get the right piece of property. They've worked hard on getting 7th Street. 7th Street is never going to be anything except for a parking lot. It is part of a global settlement agreement with a developer, the city, and another. It's all it can be. Otherwise, he can buy it back and he can develop the whole thing. I mean, so it is what it is, or it's not. He's not interested in buying it back, by the way. So we can build it. We can put it where it is. We can make entrance and exit out of the city very easy for our residents. Or we can sit here and hope that DPZ says, hey, we're going to do this, that, or the other. But I can tell you that even at the city center, there's not enough room. You don't have the span to make it happen. But, I mean, you guys do what you need to do.
So I'm at the suggestion of tabling it, but I want to meet you. I know this is so important to you. I don't mind putting money towards research on costs. I don't mind being prepared so that DPZ, I'm confident if staff sends this to DPZ, and downtown redevelopment is what they literally wrote the books on. So they're going to be able to tell us very quickly where we need parking garages, if we need parking garages. And I just want to give them a chance to do that. But I don't mind allocating funds towards research, but I just can't, this feels like a blank check for $17 million to me.
I would love to just jump in with a few points from the staff side, just so you know where this is coming from. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Scott, but I've had a conversation with Scott today as well about this, just so I would be able to tell you a little bit. So the reason why there's two numbers in there is in case, as you know, well, right, there's the budget number, 15 and 17, right? But the reason why it's not 15 and it's 17 instead is purely in case we don't know what the RFPs are going to say. So this is buffer room. That's the only reason. It's not a staff oversight. This resolution was drafted by your bond counsel. So in other words, I don't do this for you. You have a law firm that helps you on these bond matters, and they've prepared it not because they want to grease the skids on the bond issuance, because we're very clear this will not authorize the bonds. It's just, it may be that the first expenditure towards the garage occurs in the next 60 days, and that's why this resolution would be needed to help make that payment. Whether or not the bonds ever get issued, that's still before you. It's not a fait accompli. And so that's all I had to say about that.
Well, let me ask this, Mr. Waugh. Why can't we allocate $300,000-$400,000, whatever it takes for the engineering and the design on this, so we'll know what we're getting? I keep hearing all these what if, just in case. Years ago, doing my military service, one of my bosses told me, in businesses, facilities I run, he always told me when it came to the money, treat it like it's yours. No way would I do anything like this at my home, okay? And I'm definitely will not support this at the city with the taxpayers' money. I need to know what we're getting. If you want to put money out and come up with the engineering and design and all this and tell me what we're paying for, I have no problem with it.
The answer to your question, Mayor, is absolutely we could do it the way that you've proposed. And the CRA was brought up. There's been nothing about the CRA reimbursing necessarily. Y'all haven't made those decisions. The CRA hasn't made those decisions. That's going to be something for another day.
I'm sorry, I can't support this and give an open checkbook for up to $17 million. Where I don't know what I'm buying.
It's not an open checkbook. You haven't approved that yet. And Mayor, respectfully, you've been against this from the beginning. So you can make all the excuses in the world. You're never going to support it. You don't like it, and that's fine. But don't make excuses.
It's no excuse, and I will never, not right now, support a parking garage because we just spent money last year on a study that said we do not need a parking garage.
That's not what that parking study said.
That is what the study said.
It did not. It said that if you lost...
Gentlemen.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 3-2. It will be tabled. That was the last item under there, right? Item number 9, ordinance number 2025-032, final LDC amendment.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending Section 11712, B6, height and setbacks, Section 125-522A, general development conditions, providing for conflict, severability, codification, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Kurt?
Actually, Mayor, I'll probably
you
take
doing
the
it?
lead on this again. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So as last time, this has been presented as an opportunity for the city to exempt certain flagpole heights, but pursuant to your discussion on first reading, it's now been revised such that it would be only for poles that display the American flag. The second they put a second or a third American flag on there, this exemption would not apply. It would be a code violation. In addition, there's a modification to the prior version that indicates that I'm looking at subsection B6(4), which indicates that the exemption would only apply for poles that display the American flag solely, consistent with the provisions of the flag code, and subject to the restriction that any lights used for nighttime display shall not violate any other provision of the code or other applicable laws and not be a nuisance to neighbors in residential areas. So it is before you as to if you want to amend the LDC on this matter.
Okay. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item, come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Once again, now I could say good evening, City Council. First of all, Vincent Nemec, Regency Hills, let's keep in mind, and when you vote, this is about the size of the pole. It's not about Camping World. Okay, that's number one. My question, and you all should be asking yourselves, did anybody talk to a color guard, a professional color guard, on the rules on stating the American flag? All right, Ms. Strange brought up a great point about the lighting at night. All right, Your Honor, I know you're in the armed services, so you know what I'm talking about on this. Okay, just keep in mind, it is the American flag. All right, right there it says if there is a building code, I mean, it doesn't need a building permit if it's a structural engineer certifies the building code requirements are met. My question is, does that pertain to safety as well? Because I don't see any word safety in there. That's the question. And that's what it's all about, the safety about the citizens. I'm all for it, but I want to see it saying something about safety in there. It's a large flag and it's a large pole. All right? I want to see something saying that it's the engineer report saying it's safe. The pole's not going to fall down. And what the wind structure is on a hurricane. Okay, and I also forgot to say I'm speaking on behalf of myself because this did come across my desk. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening, Brian Bain, 245 Nautical Mile Drive. If you are going to approve this, I would ask for a couple of things for you to consider. A distinction between residential and non-residential zoning. Right now, as it's written, and I think it's been mischaracterized, that there's a 55 feet in residential area, and this would only apply then the no foot requirement as long as it applies with FAA that goes to the non-residential. That's not how this is written. This is written that it would apply to all zoning. So if you own a house on East Avenue, your neighbor could have a 200-foot pole as long as FAA said it was okay. And no regard to what that could do to your property. And I think that there's some reasonable concerns with that. I think that there's reasonable responsibilities that come with rights. Ms. Strange, you brought up the light amendment and lighting for that. That's a reasonable kind of responsibility that would come with this. Although I do think that there are some flag code restrictions on if you're going to fly a flag, United States flag at night, it has to be illuminated. So, we're potentially putting something in the code that doesn't actually comply with something else in the code that says you must comply with the flag code. I can't go into a crowded theater and yell fire. I can own a gun, but I can't bring it in here. So there are restrictions, reasonable restrictions that you can put in place for rights. And there was some really good conversation. I hope you all listened to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting about this, because there was some really passionate conversation about patriotism and flying the flag and a desire to see the flag throughout our city, and especially a large flag like this. And I think if you amended this, if you're going to approve this, if you amended this and said, all right, in residential, 55 feet probably is an appropriate height for any flagpole, regardless of what you're flying. But in our non-residential areas, maybe we could say, okay, 150 feet, that's up to you, but that's a reasonable height to have. I think that would comply with what Camping World's doing here. And I know it's not directly related to Camping World, but this came about that. We wouldn't be having this conversation if a corporation didn't do this for publicity. And unfortunately, we've fallen for that hook, line, and sinker. And that's the sad part about this, is that our small businesses, when they come in and do something and maybe don't follow the rules or process, we tell them, nope, you got to go back and do it all over again or remove it. And I'm talking about Culver's. They painted their dumpsters an American farm picture. You don't get much more Americana than that, the backbone of our America, our country. And we said, nope, got to paint it back gray. And here we are doing this for a large corporation. So I just hope you'll consider making it reasonable for our communities, particularly our residential communities. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Good evening, Council. Mike Kramer, 208 Nautica Mile. To me, this ordinance is unnecessary. Existing code already allows flag displays within reasonable limits. The move appears to be political pandering rather than addressing a genuine community need. To me, it raises suspicion that the change is meant to accommodate a specific entity, Camping World, with an oversized flagpole. This creates an unequal treatment by carving out a special exemption for only the U.S. flag, but not for the other displays. Personally, I think it weakens our oversight by removing the permit requirements, which could affect aesthetics, safety, and neighborhood compatibility. I really think council time should focus on policies that directly impact the residents' quality of life and not symbolic ordinances. This was pandering. This guy goes into small towns and then tries to make you all look like you're unpatriotic. But you just keep wrapping that flag around you. But it makes it look like pandering, so I'm a little disappointed.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to comment on this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one else, I close public comment. Let me say, the last speaker, who was Mr. Kramer, I am in total agreement with him. I cannot support this. I think our ordinance as we have in place right now is suffice for what we need. I don't think we need to go around and change our ordinances just because of one person coming in town and don't want to abide by our laws. I think, as I said before, variances is available out there. I think when you come in, you go to the city and you ask what's the requirement, they give you that, and you just blow them off and just do what you want to do, and then try to say we're not patriotic because we won't let you just ignore our law. To me, that's not being patriotic. Usually patriots follow laws as well, okay? I don't think As I stated before, we already have one oversized flag in the city that was granted at Toyota. So I don't think anybody up on this dais, if they had came in and asked for this, would have denied them at that point. I would not have denied. But I'm not ready to change our whole ordinance for one person because he's trying to use it for publicity and advertisement. Because if you go back and look at uses of flag uses, as Mr. Nemec say, one of the things again is detrimental to the flag is using it for advertisement and publicity. Go read some of the rules on flags, okay? And this, I'm sorry, I can never support this when you want to just blow off our ordinance and do what you want to do, and then we're gonna pander to him and let him do it. Like everything else, as it was stated earlier, when you do not go through the city and do the permitting and everything, we went back and made you pay the price, or not pay the price, but make you correct things by fining you or whatever. And I think the same thing needs to apply here, period. And it's not because I'm not patriotic, because as I say, I guarantee you, I'm probably one of the most patriotic ones up here. I donned that uniform defending that flag for over 22 years of my life, which I can say none of you've done, okay? So don't try to tell me I'm not patriotic, like people out there trying to say because I'm against the ordinance change. It's not the flag I'm against, it's the change of the ordinance, okay?
Yeah, I haven't worn the uniform, but I've supported it my whole life.
Yeah, I know you have.
Mr. Wall, Mr. Bain made some points that were interesting to me. Is that the way that we have it written now, like I say, if I lived down here, could a neighbor actually erect that to be 55, over 55 feet or whatnot, and there's nothing that the neighbor could do? How it is written, is that true?
I'm going to give you a lawyerly answer, and I'm sorry. Mr. Bain is right. So what he said was, there's no zoning limitation on this. And that's correct. It's not written with a zoning limitation on it. So what that means is the city's not regulating where this, the height of the flagpole based on zoning. But your question is a little bit different, which is there any remedy that an owner might have if something becomes problematic? The answer is yes. I don't know this is going to be a good answer to you, but people always have the ability to sue for what's a nuisance. I brought the example up last meeting. If you put a barn next to the fence and smell goes over, same thing. I mean, if there's a flag that's too big, blocking the sun could be a nuisance. If it's too loud, flapping in the breeze could be a nuisance. If it snaps off, breaks your windows, could be a nuisance. So that's the line.
So would council be opposed to amending it so that this would not apply in residential areas? Because my concern is for our residents, where you do get somebody who says, hey, I'm going to put this up. And now that blocks the other people's view, because maybe every night they looked out that window to see, maybe they had a lake or trees or whatnot, and now that pole is up there. Would council be opposed to amending that part?
Let me say this, Ms. Myers. In addition to the flagpole we have at Toyota, and Mr. Mathis, I don't know if you found out the height and what we worked out on that. Right down here on 12th Street property next to our Little League, it's another humongous flagpole sitting down there. It's not actually a flagpole, but it's a cell phone tower. But it has a flag flying on it. Okay, and I know I went to Mr. Mathis and told him that we need to do something about it because it's not illuminated at night like it should, and the flag is actually so small you can't even hardly see it. In addition to that, if you go down here off of Hammock Ridge Road, the church down there, or what is it, the Hills or Clermont, I can't remember the name, it's another humongous flagpole there. So, is the ordinance in place that allow you to do that? So why do we need to change the ordinance? Because one person don't want to follow the rules. I'm sorry, I just can't support it. You got them all over the city, okay? There's no need to change this ordinance, okay? We need to make them play by the rule, okay?
But I think we've always had exception to the rules. There was a rules for square footage for signs, and Dick's Sporting Goods came in and they wanted, and we passed that ordinance to let them have a sign that was twice as big as the allotted 200 square feet. So, I mean, we do make exceptions.
And it's exception here. As I say, that's how the other flags is in the city, because they played by the rule and they asked for the variance and they received it.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Play by the rule, you come in, you ask for it, and we grant you that. We don't just change the order and you just blow off the rules, you know? So, thank you. Any other?
Well, hold on, Bill, was that it? Because you kind of interrupted him. You done? All right, so for me, I don't think that people should have to go ask for a variance to fly the American flag. I think it's ridiculous. For them to have to come in and pay us $800 so that we can sit up here like we're gods and tell you that you can be patriotic and put out the American flag is patently ridiculous. To your concern, if you want to put up a flagpole, you can, but you still have flyover rights. You know, you still have air rights. You're not going to be able to fly a flag that's so big that it's impacting the neighbor. So I get what you're saying, but I just don't think it's an issue. And the other part with that is, who's going to spend $100,000 to put up a flag? I mean, these things are not cheap, and they're going to be replaced every 4 to 6 years. So for me, I don't see, I mean, I get that there's all kinds of issues, but for the time that I've been in government, what we do is we get concerned about these little pieces and parts, and then we never move the bigger issue forward. I'm going to support it because I think that we're looking at red herrings to try to stop this from moving forward, and I'm just not going to support that. So I'm fully in support of this. Mr. Mayor, the rest of us would like to go. You can't dominate this conversation.
As I say, I think, I don't remember if there was a motion on the floor or not.
Not yet. I'm concerned that several people said this isn't about one person on both sides, you know, but then they mentioned that one person. It's not about one person or one company. This is about, from the way I look at it, policy. And while I've not donned the uniform, several members of my family have, and I swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the state of Florida and the United States, and that oath still applies to me today and always will apply to me. So for me, I will never apologize for being American. I think we live in the greatest country in the world, and I think the fact that people can have a different opinion about that is what makes America great. And that flag that we all swore an oath to today, and we swore allegiance to today, represents all the things that the gentleman who came in this room and spoke about tonight, about the importance of what it cost for that flag to exist and for us to have the right to wave it. I am, from a policy standpoint, a firm believer that the government should not get in the way of a right. I don't believe waving the flag is a privilege. I think we are privileged to live here. But I think that when we start handing over the government the right to control our patriotism and how we display our patriotism, we tread on waters that give me concern. So I do think, as a practical matter, Mr. Howard makes a valid point about the cost of these poles. They are extremely expensive. I don't think we're going to see them popping up all over Clermont. So for me, I'm going to make a motion to approve item number 9, ordinance number 2025-032, as amended and presented to us tonight, unless Mr. Howard wants to make that motion.
Second. I have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 2025-032. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, roll call. Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Howard.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And the chair vote nay. Motion passes 4-1. Item number 10 is for final consideration of ordinance number 2025-033.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending the City of Clermont Police Officers Retirement Plan at Chapter 28, Article 3, amending Section 2859, Finances and Fund Management, amending Section 2860, Contributions, amending Section 2862, Pre-Retirement Death, amending Section 2871, Minimum Distribution of Benefits, amending Section 2884, Supplemental Benefit Component for special benefits, Chapter 185 share accounts, providing for conflict, severability, codification, the administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Nadine Olinger, Human Resources Director. Ordinance number 2025-033 is proposed in order to amend the Police Officer Retirement Pension Plan. The amendment was recently approved by the Pension Board of Trustees. This past April, how do I advance the slides? Yes, sorry about that. This past April, Council approved a collective bargaining agreement with the Police Officers and Sergeants Union that included changes to their pension and which are reflected in sections 28-60 and 28-84. The changes allow the city to retain 75% of Chapter 185 premium tax revenues that are in excess of $211,000 for calendar year 2025, and 100% of Chapter 185 premium tax revenues received in calendar years 26 and 27 to fund the normal cost of the pension plan as an offset to the required contribution. Secure Act 2.0 is a law passed in 2022 pertaining to retirement savings. The relevant change to Section 28-59 allows the pension board to have discretion not to collect inadvertent overpayments from benefit recipients on a case-by-case basis. The relevant change to 28-71 pertains to the age at which a required minimum distribution must be taken, moving it from age 70 and a half to age 73. According to the pension plan's actuary, this ordinance will have no actuarial impact on the plan. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of ordinance number 2025-033.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item? Anyone in the public wish to address this item? Seeing no one, I close public comment, bring it back to council. Let's say council.
Motion to approve item number 10, ordinance number 2025-033, final police officer retirement.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of ordinance number 2025-033. Any further discussion?
No.
No.
Roll call. Councilmember Strange.
Aye.
Councilmember Howard.
Aye.
Councilmember Myers.
Aye.
Councilmember Peterson.
Aye.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Item number 11 is the introduction for ordinance number 2025-038.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending Chapter 119, Section 119-123 to establish an expedited building permit issuance process for residential subdivision plats pursuant to Section 173.073 Florida statutes, amending Chapter 119 of the City Code to require approval of plat submittals within the city limits by an administrative authority and to incorporate other statutory requirements pursuant to Section 177.071 Florida statutes, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Waugh, this is item, it's under unfinished business, but it's an introduction. So can you?
I think it
I'm a
might
little
look
confused
familiar
here.
to you,
Huh?
Mayor. It might look familiar to you,
Yeah,
Mayor.
it looked familiar. I know what it's all about. But I'm curious why it's still as an introduction, I guess.
Well, the reason is that it failed before,
Uh-huh.
so it passed on first reading, I think, did not pass on second reading, and it failed because 2-2. So nonetheless, Florida law requires both of the things that are in this ordinance, so I'm presenting it again for your consideration.
Okay. Well, all right. But it's just the introduction now. Okay. All right.
Has anything changed?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, then
Has anything changed?
No.
No. All right. In that case, I will go ahead and entertain a motion.
Motion to approve item number 11, ordinance number 2025-038, intro to plats.
Second.
Oh, I have a motion and a second for the introduction of ordinance number 2025-038. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Chair vote aye. Motion passes 4-1. New business, item number 12 is up for consideration, resolution number 2025-023R.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, granting a conditional use permit to allow for an amendment to the Plaza Colina Planned Unit Development, Resolution Number 2015-08, to allow for shared internal driveways and internal landscape buffers to be less than the minimum code requirements for parcels identified as Pod 1 within a planned unit development, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. John Cruz, Development Services. The applicant is requesting to amend the Plaza Colina PUD to allow for internal shared drive aisles and reduced internal landscape buffers for parcel identified as Pod I within the parent parcel. The property is located on the north side of State Road 50 and east of Magnolia Point Boulevard, west of Lake Boulevard. And on display is the map of Pod I. The proposed site is a vacant portion within the Plaza Colina mixed-use project that consists of C2 general commercial uses. The Land Development Code requires an amendment to the plan unit development for any uses or site changes not identified in the master plan are permitted by the Land Development Code regulations for the C2 general commercial zoning. The site is proposing a quick service restaurant, retail, and other commercial uses under the C2 general commercial uses. The parcel to the west was granted the same conditions, ensuring that the shared driveways provide maximum feasible interconnectivity while reducing the number of driveway cuts along the north frontage road. Staff has reviewed the application as submitted in accordance with the development standards criteria and finds the proposed use can meet the general criteria for granting a conditional use permit. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding community. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended adding conditions to the resolution requiring that any reduction in landscaping within the internal buffers be redistributed elsewhere within the site. And in addition, the applicant must coordinate with the developer on the installation of a pedestrian crosswalk from Pod I across Colina Terrace to the north, unless engineering standards determine a more appropriate location. The Commission approved the amended resolution by a vote 6-0, with the changes contained in Section 2, Items 1 and 2 of the resolution in your packet. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit with the conditions contained in resolution number 2025-023R. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Good evening. For the record, Jessica Gow with Cobb Cole Law Firm, 1 Daytona Boulevard in Daytona Beach, Florida, here on behalf of the applicant. I will be brief. I just want to touch on the conditions. As noted by staff, we are requesting the same modification for the internal landscaping buffers that you saw to the pocket to the west. Get my directions right. The modifications that the planning board recommended was just to clarify that any landscaping that would have been in those strips are redistributed within the site, not just removed wholly. We're completely comfortable with that. The purpose of the amendment is to provide less curb cuts on that frontage road interior to the site, just so you've got less access overall with conflicting with the multifamily and other retail across the street. The other condition, I just want to clarify a bit from an attorney perspective. After the P&Z, we discovered that that is a privately owned roadway. And so while we have connected with the master developer's engineer of record and talked about the crosswalk location at that northwest corner, if we can clarify the language, and I'll defer to the board on thoughts and recommendations here on it, we'll make a good faith effort. Anything that is not an absolute, where our conditional use is conditioned on something that someone else owns and controls at the end of the day. Where if they say no completely to us, which is within their right, it's their roadway, our project would not be stalled. So that would be our request, and we're here for any questions or comments. So it is the internal frontage road when you come off of Colonial. We thought it was platted as a public right-of-way in the P&Z discussion, but it's private. Yes.
Sorry. The
Right at
Kalina
that
Terrace
northwest
Road.
corner.
That's it?
That's it. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm gonna close public comment, bring it back to council. What say council?
Motion to approve item number 12, resolution number 2025-23R, Plaza Colina CUP, with the amendment that the applicant will make a good faith effort on the crosswalk.
Second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 12, resolution number 2025-023R. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have some questions for the applicant. The road to the west of your project that connects Highway 50 to Kalina Terrace, has that cut off from Highway 50 been approved? Or does it already exist?
It already exists. That connection is built.
That connection is built, okay. And then would the developer consider, and would the council consider, if a waiver is necessary, not having any internal parking and instead allowing the roadway and the parking to be entirely around the perimeter of the property so that the future development can be walkable, and maybe move all the trees, keep them in the interior so that families and people with strollers can walk between the 3 different buildings that ultimately will be on this parcel?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I'm following you. Instead of the internal connection kind of north-south going around the perimeter of the entire pod?
Correct.
Okay. I think that access configuration was reviewed in a few different manners. I think the concern with that scope is just that the way the development is designed is that the frontage should be along Colonial. And so the rear is kind of the back of house. It's got the dumpster so that you've got the dumpster trucks back there, and then kind of back of house loading in that drive-through. So I would be concerned about sending vehicles along the rear instead of bringing them directly into the front of the site and then across. If that makes sense.
Ms. Strange, where are you referring to for us?
Yeah, so help me understand. This is going to be facing Highway 50?
Correct. Yeah.
Not the development across the way that we're building a pedestrian pathway for?
It is not. So the frontage is along 50, matching the rest of the development to the west that's been developed.
And this is commercial or residential or mixed use?
The overall site is mixed use. This piece is commercial.
Okay.
I sort of get where you're going,
Yeah.
and we'll have this
It's-
discussion.
you
But
know where I am.
the problem that this and really this entire development
Yeah.
is it is car-centric. And I know that you hate that, and I know that you'd like to find a way around it. But it was already approved as car-centric. So while I see what you're trying to do there,
Yeah. Yeah, this was
just
sold to us
gonna
as
tell you that
part of Bella Colina. That's
Yeah.
what it was going to be, right?
Yeah, and you know, it's unfortunate
Colina
that
Plaza.
You know, it's unfortunate that the county got in a hurry and they started approving things rather than saying, "Hey, we're going to wait for the right project to happen." But this is what we have, and this is what they've turned it into. And while I appreciate where you're going with walkability, that's just never going to happen in this.
You know where my vote will be.
I know.
All right, cool. No hard feelings.
Thank you.
I just want pretty projects.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
You got a motion to second?
Okay. I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 12, resolution number 2025-023R. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1. Item number 13, resolution number 2025-024R.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, granting a conditional use permit to allow for a professional office use in EMS ambulance service in the R3 Residential Professional Zoning District, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and an effective date.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and guests. Kurt Henschel, Development Services Director. The applicant, Lake County, is requesting to use the existing building located at 1227 Bloxham Avenue for public safety use as an EMS and ambulance station. This site provides an optimal location according to Lake County. The property consists of a single-family home that will have to undergo a change of use and a life safety inspection if approved. Lake County plans to use this site as is, and no improvements to the site are planned. The site will function as it appears with the existing gravel parking lot, which is a condition has been placed with the conditional use permit that any damages resulting from the operation of this use on Bloxham Avenue or the city's right-of-way as a result of the as-is condition will be required to be repaired by the applicant and owner. The total number of ambulances on site will be limited to 2 with a maximum of 4 on-site personnel. So before you is the site there showing the driveway and the gravel area around there. The grass has kind of come up through some of the gravel in that picture. On the right side is just the location just behind the Winn-Dixie on Bloxham Avenue. The property is currently zoned R3 Residential Professional. The proposed EMS and ambulance station is not listed under Section 125-250 as a conditional use. This is due to the unique nature of the use, with the property being occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with personnel in conjunction with the station. Section 125-250 states, in case of uncertainty of a classification of any use, uses may be permitted which, after consideration by the Planning and Zoning Commission and approval by City Council. Staff has reviewed the conditional use permit application in accordance with Section 101-212 of the Land Development Code. The project does not appear to be in conflict with the comprehensive plan. The future land use is commercial, and the proposed use of municipal facilities is identified in Objective 1.9. The site does have access to a major arterial roadway to serve the community. The service provided by the EMS and ambulance station is needed within the city of Clermont, and the proposed use may be desirable at this location. Conditions such as potential off-site improvements of warning lights, adequate parking, and potential Bloxham Avenue improvements have been added to the resolution to ensure safe operations at the site. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval 4-2 with the addition of landscaping along the northern property line forward of the existing building, similar to the existing landscaping along the southern property line. If you look on that picture there, you see a very tall, roughly 5 or 6 foot hedge. Just, I can't point to the screen, but you see it on the right side of the bigger picture.
Mhm.
That's what they were looking to have. If you're looking at the house on the left side, up towards the, from the house to the right-of-way line, basically where that yellow sign is at in the picture. With that, staff does recommend approval of Resolution 2025-024R. That's staff's report.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michelle Wilkinson. I'm the Lake County Property Manager. My address is 315 West Main Street in Tavares. I also have David Kilberry with me. He's the Public Safety Director, and Aaron Blake is the property owner representative. Lake County has been looking for a location in the Clermont area, and this location is a primary location. It is centrally located. The property owner has graciously worked with the county to go through the CUP process and enter into a lease agreement that is contingent upon the city council's approval. The property is currently zoned R3, residential professional zoning, and the county can use it as is with, we would still have to go through a life safety inspection and the change of use, which we're assuming is probably going to require some kind of suppression because of the type of use that we're going to have somebody stationed there 24 hours a day. Generally, public safety has been an issue trying to find locations because, it's hard to find. This is a mix. You have residential, we have Winn-Dixie across the street. We thought this would be a good location. When you look out of this property, it's the back of the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center. You have trucks coming and going, unloading, loading. So there was one adjacent property owner who was concerned about the ambulances. We agreed to put in that landscaping hedge on the northern side of the property to kind of give her a little bit of a buffer. We are hereby requesting that the city council approve this as, ambulances and public safety is in dire need. So if you have any questions for us, we have our staff here to support, so.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. If you have any questions, we will call you back up at a later time, but right now, I'm gonna open it up to the public. Anyone in the public wish to address this may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. 1815.
Good evening, good evening, City Council. Vincent Nemick, Regency Hills. There's a lot of things in question on this. I'm sorry. All right. We control Clermont, not Lake County. Okay? As you can see, we get handed a lot of stuff. This is a residential area. Okay? Oh, by the way, I'm here to speak on myself and myself only. Okay? If what staff showed you was a picture, which was nice. But if you look facing that house to the left side, you'll see nothing but residential homes. The shrubbery that they're saying is this high. If you put it on the other side, the windows are higher than the shrubbery. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, I don't want to mess up her last name, so I'll just write Miss Pamela, who came into the P&Z. Unfortunately, she's not here this evening to state her case, so I'm an advocate for her. I think this is wrong. I think the property manager did not do their diligence, or the fire chief did not do their diligence on looking for another location. If I was up there, I'd ask him, how many other locations did you look at? And what did you base this property on your decision? All right? Because I know there's a lot more other properties around there they could do it and have what they want. We're talking about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, okay? You know where I live, all right? Every time that fire engine comes out, I hear it, and that's over an eighth of a mile away, all right? So I don't know what's considered an emergency and what's not an emergency, but if an ambulance is coming to me, I consider it an emergency, and I want those lights on and those sirens blasting, okay? I know it's about timing, but, I just find this all funny, and it's not a conspiracy theory. Since Councilman Peterson brought up an EMS that we're going to take over on it, now all of a sudden we got a carrot dangling in front of us saying we want this because we want to put an ambulance there. Not one, but possibly 2. Okay? Don't forget they got radios on them. Okay? 3 o'clock in the morning, that poor lady is sitting sleeping in her room. She got lights going on from the headlights going towards her bedroom, because that's where she sleeps. She came to this microphone and told us and showed us where she sleeps. Okay? This is wrong. This is a bad location. I love the ambulance coming in, but this is not the perfect location for it. Please be diligent on this one. This is a residential area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public with? Oh.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Paula Hoisington, 564 East DeSoto Street. I have to agree. This is a bad area. I mean, if it was an accounting business coming in there, fine. But you're talking about something 24/7. And my heart went out to the person that's living right next door. Next door to that is a law firm. Okay, that's not a bother, right? But you're talking about 2 ambulances, and I agree that we need the service. I'm going to speak from personal experience. Last month, we had to call EMS, fire department, to come get my mother ill. Fire department, you know, the paramedics got there, but we had to wait on an ambulance to arrive. And when the ambulance got there, they apologized. We're sorry, we were on a call 35 minutes away. So I understand the need, but nobody sitting up here on this dais would want this next to their house. You would not want ambulances going in and out of the driveway next door to your house. And if you come out when it's time for comment and say, oh, I wouldn't matter because I'm going to put the need first, you're lying. I'm sorry, I'm going to call you a liar out front because you would not want to walk out of your house and see this next door. Do we need it? Yes. Did they even try to talk to the community? We did the legal things. We did the notice in the paper. But did anyone talk to the neighbors to explain to them, to at least make them feel like they are a part of the process? The property manager told us, no, they did not. This young man, he said, no, they did not. They did not even try to be good neighbors, although he said they were good neighbors. But how do I know you're a good neighbor? You didn't come talk to me and tell me how this is going to impact my standard of living, my standard of sleeping. Yes, we do need this, but have they showed us other properties, other areas that they had looked at so that we can compare, okay, the county is coming in and telling us, we want this property. Apparently they got a good deal on the property from the property owner, and now we want to impact your constituents on having to have this next door. I really wish you would really consider and put yourself first to think how you would like to walk out of your door and see this going on 24/7. This is not a good location. Not saying that we don't need it, but this is not a good location. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. Mike Kramer again, 208 Nautica Mile. I'm speaking on behalf of myself here. I have tremendous respect for the last two people who just spoke. But Clermont has needed an EMS ambulance station for years in this location and will tremendously help response times. Where it's at puts it right near 50 and right near 27 to that intersection, which is a critical point for access. Staff has confirmed it is consistent with our comprehensive plan. It's not going to harm our community. I understand the residential area, but if you look at the map closely, I might disagree a little bit. It is to the south, more business, and to the north, there's the one house and a couple a little further down, but it's about the response times. Ms. Peterson, you've been a huge advocate for this. 15 minutes, and the chief will, I know he'll say something about this, but the fact of the matter is minutes matter in this situation. 2 or 3 minutes can mean the life and death. 2 or 3 minutes can mean the difference between brain damage, you know, when you're having a heart attack. So I don't normally take this position, but sometimes we have to take the position where the good of the many outweigh the good of the few, or the good of the one. And I saw that planning and zoning, they recommended it, putting in the shrubbery and things, trying to accommodate, you know, help put a fence in. I don't care. Just do what you need to do to try to mitigate and create a buffer. I understand that. But if you're the one needing an ambulance and the EMS guys are going, you know, it's going to be 15 minutes because that's our response time. If I was the lady living next door and I needed an ambulance, I'd be really glad if they only had to drive next door to get me. So, and I've lived next to a flyer station for most of my life, not currently, but for most of my life. And you know what? I also lived as a youth next to an airport. I got used to it. People would come to my house and they'd be like, there's an airplane going over. I go, oh yeah. Or when they came to the house and the fire trucks would take off, I never noticed them after. I didn't notice it that much, and I'm not trying to mitigate this. I have empathy for that area, but I have even greater empathy for Clermont as a whole, and we need this. We need it bad. This is not the first time we've heard this, and we've heard it from council members as well. We need this kind of help here, and if we don't have our own emergency services, then let's let Lake County be right here and help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one else, I'm gonna close public comment. Kurt. If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember when, but a few years ago, I heard this saying this was residential, R3 residential. I thought we rezoned that a few years ago because we put a business in that house before. And that's why the gravel yard and everything else.
They had received a conditional use permit years
Okay.
ago. You can get a CUP in that zoning.
Okay.
So.
It was a CUP back.
Yes.
And so once the business moved out, the CUP went away and converted back to residential?
Correct. Well, it didn't revert back.
Because, I was against them putting the business in there back in the day. I remember that. I was sitting on P&Z at that time. I didn't like the business going right next to the house there.
That's what you see. That's why they have the gravel in that
Right,
area
that's
for
why
their
the gravel
parking
is
lot.
there, yeah.
Yes.
But we did put the business in there, but it's
With
so
the
it's still
CUP.
zone R3.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right.
I would
Council.
like to talk with Lake County. I have some questions. I would like to know, how many other locations did you look at, and why did you choose this one?
So there's not a lot of occupancies that meet the need for the ambulance. The system that's set up is there's more fire trucks with trained paramedics on it. The ambulance comes in to take those occupants to the hospital or from the roadway or from the business. So we try to strategically locate those in population densities. Because of the growth that's in the city of Clermont, 2 of our ambulances that were in the firehouse needed to be displaced because of the growth of the city fire department, and I get that. And so we've moved them out of the city limits because of the need for the fire department. We're trying to find locations that are good stewards of tax dollars. We don't need a large facility for 2 people on an ambulance because their office has a light bar and a stretcher in it. This is just a location for them to sit, maybe grab a quick bite to eat, rest in a lazy boy chair, write a report, and they're off to the next call in their office that's red with a stretcher in it. And so those locations are typically a very small single-family style house. We have several strategic locations. There's one very similar, in fact, much smaller than what's here, but it's to be where the people are. That's where we're trying to go. And so if you think about that, it's not a Winn-Dixie Plaza that you would lease out where you may have a Jimmy John's. You know, we need an area that they can shower, we need an area where they can cook food, and we need an area where they can park their ambulance. We just need a small residential style facility. This isn't something that an engine company or a truck company where you're having, up to 8 people in. It just meets the needs to strategically place that critical resource.
So what is your plan to, so how many, like I said, how many other places did you look besides this house? And then my second part is what are your plans to make it not such a nuisance to the residents? Because as a resident, I would not appreciate buying my home and now all of a sudden I have this constantly. Where I live, I can hear the ambulances driving by and it does disturb me. So I can't imagine being next door like that to a person. And again, that affects their quality of life. And yes, we do need the service, but I'm just curious, how many other places did you look?
Yeah, we've continuously looked for locations that we can put an ambulance. So I can't put a number to it, but we continuously look, not only in this municipality, but throughout Lake County, in other municipalities as well. We have looked at facilities that may be a hub style, but they're upwards of $6 to $7 million, and the current EMS MSTU is not designed for that kind of capital purchase from that fund. Okay. And so it's truly limited on the dollars that we can expense on a capital, bricks and mortar type facility. This one is ideal. It's you look out at 2 diesel loading bays across the street that have semis idling, unloading with forklifts. And, you know, that's the reality of the location we're talking about. That noise and that traffic and what you talk about exists today.
But they wouldn't have trucks loading 24 hours, 7 days a week like that. There's only certain times when people bring in their goods or whatnot for a certain amount of time. But with the ambulance service, that is every day, constantly or whatnot. So the two don't really compare in my viewpoint. So what is your solution to buffering the noise if we did approve this for the residents there? Because that's who I'm concerned with, is the residents and their quality of life.
Yeah, the crews exit, get in the vehicle. It could be a gasoline-powered ambulance. It could be a diesel-powered ambulance. But it could be a soft takeoff, right turn, left turn, down into the intersection. And at those times when people are asleep, many times, you know, the light bar may be activated. It would actually be moving away from the residential location. It would go toward the drive-throughs of the bank as you come down there into the intersection of Bloxham and 50. And the crews would make the decision. And in fact, there are there's 2 terms in transport that we use. One is responding and one is en route. If the criticality of the patient doesn't necessitate lights and siren, the dispatch center, through their questioning of the patient, will advise not only the fire truck but the ambulance as well to go en route, which is normal driving, just to lower the risk to not only the crews but the occupants that drive the streets of Clermont as well.
So would you make it so calls after 10 p.m. do not put the lights? You can't do that? Flat out? Okay, so that's
Depends
just.
on the call.
Depends on the call.
Yep.
So you have to have the noise. Okay.
But truly, you bring up a good point, is at 10 p.m. when humans are asleep, the road will not necessitate the blasting of the siren. It's designed to clear the roadway. If the roadway is clear, the crew don't want to hear it either because it's loud inside the ambulance, so I assure you. But
I think if it would be a Delta or an Echo call,
Right.
you're mandated to use lights or sirens, right?
Yeah, correct.
But Mr. Watt, I just want to ask you a question. Could this open up the city to nuisance lawsuits?
Well, as a first matter, council member, I'll always tell you, I have no control over what kind of crazy lawsuit a plaintiff brings. So I don't know what someone might claim against the city. But we would easily be able to dismiss any such lawsuit.
And while using this property, you're going to need generators and other types of equipment on there to have it sustained. You have to have like some kind of two-way communication. Is there going to be antennas erected there for that purpose?
No, the crews carry a portable.
Just going to use handhelds?
Yep, and we also have an app that's a secondary circuit we just went to. And so there's not a big base station. It is not a fire station by any means. The crew will depart and they're gone. It'd be the equivalent of a teenager who first got his license. They're out of the house all the time. Right. And so their work into the residential areas of Clermont exists today. They drive into those areas for medical emergencies as well as the fire truck. And, you know, and as a fire chief, and I'm sure Chief Azell, we get many questions. Why does a fire truck come to a medical call? Because those skilled professionals that are paramedics are on those fire trucks and they're closer to the emergencies. And so that's the reason. And so we're daily, everywhere throughout this county, in fact, everywhere throughout this state, ambulances are going into residential areas. And we're just trying to get a location where the density of the humans in the city of Clermont live, where we can have advanced life support transport available.
Chief, that's one of my concerns too, is right next door to the young lady, the resident that lived next door. And I know you all said you were gonna put a buffer up there. Well, one of my concerns is that hedge, how that's not gonna be very tall, so how's that gonna block lights and everything when the ambulance gonna still sit and extend above the buffer, the hedges,
So we will be quieter than a Harley Davidson. We'll be quieter than a small little, you know, pop, pop, pop muffler type thing that you hear everywhere, is for maybe 5 seconds of departure. And I can't speak for the resident next door of how she sleeps and what she hears, but the majority of that calls for service would probably necessitate that ambulance to turn south and it would be no seconds at the most.
Right.
It's not slamming the doors and,
Right,
things
most
like
of, most of you, I would guess so, because the other way is to the north is a community. However, my other concern is that right there on that corner, the traffic and everything in that intersection is so bad, and they get a call in the middle of the day when you got school and everything, all this traffic coming through there. Man, it's gonna be tremendous to say the least, to try to get in and out of there. But being one that travel that 4 or 5 times a day sometime, and just trying to get through there, people trying to get into the Winn-Dixie Plaza, or people trying to get out from the lawyer's office, all that in there, and now we're gonna add this ambulance in there. To me, it's gonna create so much of a hassle in there for traffic-wise. And you said something earlier about a hub. And when I first saw this, my thought process about this is, not too particular happy with it going in there, but I thought about, right down the road, about 2 blocks down the road, 2-3 blocks down the road, right on Highway 50, old Advanced Auto Store is vacant, okay? And my thought process when I first saw this, why don't you move in there and we can house a lot of ambulances in there and make a whole hub for the southern field.
I looked at that too. I did. It does not have showers. It does not have cooking facilities. It's a retail store. The Pep Boys Auto would be ideal where it's located, what used to be a retail store could be converted, but realistically, that location, that's probably anywhere, and I'm not a realtor, but probably anywhere from $5 to $8 million.
Well, I don't know,
Just do not have the funding for that, and it takes away from a revenue-generating tax base, customer or commercial occupancy, if you will, and that's hard for some municipalities to take as well because it will not generate the tax revenue. So this one is ideal for our needs, and it's a lease at the moment until we can find something better.
Well, like I said, my thought process was to advance because even though putting one there doesn't necessarily mean we're going to have increased response time, because that same ambulance can still be in Groveland, South Florida when the call come in, and people still have to wait for it to come back off a call. Yeah. So that's why I was thinking maybe if we had a hub here with more than one ambulance, maybe we get an increase in the call time. But I'm having trouble trying to support this really right now because of residents and all that.
So for me, this one, it's interesting here. Because Bloxham is an easy north-south hub, or north-south road, it leads to Pitt Street. It can get you across. You can get you onto Minnehaha. It gets us onto a lot of the surface streets to help avoid 50 and 27. I mean, I get that y'all want to be near 50 and 27, but let's be honest, until Mineola gets done with their crazy over there in the Turnpike, we can't guarantee that we can get anywhere on 50 and 27. The traffic is just horrendous. So this really gives a way to ride under Pitt Street over to what I call the hospital district. You can get to, you can run down Bloxham towards Grand. You can also run across and go over Mineola. So you can hit take hooks. You can hit a lot of 50. Hit a lot of Clermont, especially on the north and south side. So I don't necessarily have an issue with it. When it comes to them being polite, I used to live near Clermont Rehab, and there's a lot of ambulances and fire trucks that go to Clermont Rehab, probably every night. And most of the time, they were fine. You don't hear them come in. You will see the light flash through it. And even if they put that shrub up there, there's going to be some light that gets through. So, I get that it's going to be a problem, potentially, but I think it's actually a pretty wise location for what we have and being able to get around Clermont, especially with a lot of the gridlock we have right now. So I can support it. Just make sure you put a nice tall hedge in there. So I'll make a motion. We'll see where this goes. I move to approve item number 13, resolution number 2025-024R, 1227 Bloxham Avenue, CUP.
Because this item may inure to the benefit of my relatives, I abstain from voting on this one.
Mr. Waugh.
Yes.
Mr. Watt, a quick question. When you put an ambulance service in a residential home, does that like decrease the value of that property then?
I'm not the best qualified to answer that.
No, it's like it, I forgot what the wording is, kind of, you know, because it, you know, it destroys the property.
Depreciate?
I mean,
Like,
because
or-
you're gonna have to put, are you gonna like put blacktop around the whole thing for all the ambulances? Or you're gonna have signage out there? Is there gonna be anything to that effect? Well, this is an ambulance corps now as opposed to a private residence?
Yeah, our intent is for it to look just like that.
Okay. Are you gonna have 2 ambulances permanently there?
There's been discussion on that. When we filled out the application to answer the question, what would be the max? And it was 2. And so it gained traction that we were going to put 2 ambulances and 4 people. Our intent is to put 1 ambulance and 2 people there. We were just filling out an application that asked what would be the max. And so, no, sir, our desire is to put just 1 ambulance there.
And is it your purpose to keep the ambulance moving, and that's just like a rest area, or they're gonna be permanently housed there waiting for calls?
Right now, because of the volume and the number of accidents and medical emergencies and things like that, the ambulance, while humans are awake, will rarely be at this location.
Okay.
And that talks to some of the previous speakers of 30-minute response times, things like that. This is how we eliminate pulling resources from other areas of the county.
Okay.
Mr. Waugh, back to Ms. Strange, abstaining from this vote. I realize next door is, she has ownership in the business next door and everything else, but I don't see how this is financially obligating her by making a vote on this.
The owner who authorized the application is a man by the name of Brett Jones.
Okay.
So
he's the owner.
And under the definition of relative in the statute, it includes that, what I would consider that relationship, if there is one.
Okay. Well,
I'm not disclosing anything on the record.
all right. Well, I just want to make sure and everything.
But I have heard that law firm property to the south is a nuisance, so this might actually raise the value. I'm
But
joking.
I had
For the
a
record,
motion, but
I'm
I did
joking.
not have a second on the motion.
I second it.
I have a motion and a second that, for approval, item number 13, resolution number 2025-024R. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote nay as well.
So it doesn't pass.
Motion does not pass. Okay. All right. Oh, where are we? Item number 14, variance requests. Okay. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Again, John Cruz, Development Services. This is agenda item 14, 693 Sky Ridge Road variance request. The applicant is requesting 2 variances to the Land Development Code on his property located at 693 Sky Ridge Road as a result of a pending code enforcement case for installed pavers. The property is located within the R1 Single Family Medium Density Residential Zoning District. And on the display is a photograph of the front of the home. And as you can see, the pavers between the sidewalk and the home. And then to the right on the display is outlined in yellow is the aerial photography. The first variance request is allow for a side yard setback to be less than the minimum 7.5 foot requirement. The variance request would allow an existing paver driveway expansion to encroach into the side yard setback up to 0 feet from the southwest property line. And again, on the display, you can see off to the right is the property line there. The second variance request is to allow for an increase in the pervious surface ratio on the subject parcel to be over the 55% maximum. The existing paved driveway and parking area would put the parcel at an estimate of 62% for impervious surface ratio. The paver driveway expansion had initially received zoning clearance to increase the driveway width to approximately 27.5 feet, which was the maximum allowed under the ISR. Additional pavers outside this area were placed on the property without a zoning clearance. And on the display, the yellow area off to each side of the gray area, which is the existing driveway, they did receive a zoning clearance for the pavers to be placed there. But the areas in red are additional pavers that were installed without a zoning clearance, thus bringing the ISR up to an estimated 62%. The variance request would allow the applicant to apply for a revision to the initial permit to bring the property back into compliance. Upon review of the applicant's request, staff is not able to support the reduction to the side setback of 0 feet. Land Development Code, Section 125-520 states driveways must maintain at least a 5-foot setback from the side lot line. However, the subject parcel has a recorded 7.5-foot drainage and utility easement on all side and rear property lines. Thus, the driveway expansion may negatively impact the abutting property due to the stormwater runoff. Section 101-246 of the Land Development Code requires a positive finding on the review criteria in order to grant a variance. Staff has reviewed the application as submitted and finds the application does not meet a positive finding on 3 of the 5 criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor of Clermont and City Council members. I am Susan Lumsden, and this is my husband, Peter Lumsden. We reside at 693.
I'm okay. Can you step to the microphone a little bit? No, closer to the microphone,
okay.
please. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we reside at 693 Skyridge Road, and we have been residents of Clermont for the last 21 years. We submitted a building permit application to extend our driveway at 693 Skyridge Road property and proceeded with the work a couple weeks beyond that. Our deepest apologies to you guys, but we were not aware that we were in any violation. But once we learned that we were in a violation, we quickly jumped into action to follow the steps that was needed to correct the action. Hence the reason we're here today trying to rectify that situation. We are requesting a variance for the property to enable us to avoid getting tickets from the city of Clermont for violation of overlapping on the driveway, to have adequate parking and keep our 7 vehicles safely parked in our driveway, and eliminate the daily worry and safety factor of street parking, to keep our vehicles from being hit by other vehicles if we park on the street. As a matter of fact, 2 of our vehicles were hit by parking on the street, my husband's truck and my son's vehicle. And up until recently, over the last month, we had 2 accidents on the street. Neighbor right down the street from us, and another one further down the street where a school bus actually hit a vehicle. And we have supporting pictures to show those vehicles that was parked on the street that was hit. We also want to be able to free up street space to make sure that the city of Clermont sanitation trucks, school buses, UPS, Postal, Amazon, and others have enough parking space and clearance without causing increased collisions and constant congestion. because Skyridge Valley is a big community, over 300 and something homes in that community, and the homes are from 3 to 7 bedrooms. So it's a lot of homes, a lot of larger homes with a lot of vehicles. We didn't have that problem in the past because it was a growing community, but once kids started getting older, cars started to multiply in the households. So the streets is totally congested, and we have taken pictures showing the congestion on the streets in the Skyridge Valley community. We're just trying also to keep our auto insurance costs from increasing by proactively having our vehicles safely parked and secured in our yard. And hence the reason we needed to expand the driveway, because we started getting those tickets, and even visitors to our homes got tickets as well while parked in the driveway, overlapping situation. So our desire is just to be honest, law-abiding citizens, and to be good stewards of the things that God has blessed us with and the things that we have worked hard for. So we're just trying to, have adequate parking in our driveway. And hence the reason we had to extend beyond. And we also have 2 letters from our neighbors that we can share with you guys.
Okay.
If you want to read one of the letters.
Also, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Peter Lumsden, and reside at 693 Skyward Road. So I do still have supporting documents. On numerous occasions, on mornings, the school bus driver actually have to knock on the residents' doors to see if you can move vehicles to come by, to drive by. So these are some of the situations we are having. You park overnight, you wake up in the morning, somebody went by, knock your mirror off, or stuff happens on the street. So which I did, came to City Hall and requested information for this. So I did submit it. They told me they need to get with, I think it's the utility company. So they will get back to me within 3 days' time, which was a Monday. I waited a week. The contractor was asking me, okay, when could they start the project? So now I'm like, okay, waited a week and nobody get back to me. I tried reaching out to the city, left a voicemail, nobody get back to me. So I assume, well, okay, it's okay to go ahead with the project. So, this is the situation we are having. I do have 2 letters from my neighbors before me and after me, signed letters. I do have pictures of accidents that happen on the street. If I could submit it, if I have the IT guy could So this is an accident what happened overnight on the street. You parked on the street and you wake up in the morning and this is the stuff you see, So we are, as I said, my wife said, being good stewards, we have to protect our investments, Insurance premium is going to go up. You have to pay the deductibles because there's no police report. There's an incident report. It happens. Somebody will hit your vehicle and they just go by. So these are the stuff, neighbors are trying to that's the second one. So
That's a deeper dive into that.
So situations to what we are having is the neighbor across the street from me at the time, they had 10 vehicles. This is a 7-bedroom home. They had 10 vehicles. So sometimes I could not even get out of the driveway. My truck was actually parked outside. My neighbor hit the truck. You know, so it's a lot of congestion coming in and going out of the subdivision. So hence the reason why we took it, you know, let's extend our driveway to have all our vehicles safely parked on the property. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, well, if we have any other questions, we will call you back at a later time, but this is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to your microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Sir, you
Thank you
gonna
very
speak?
much for your time.
Okay.
Awayu Alexander from 1837 Valley Ridge Loop. I'm actually in the community and was sent by the HOA board as a representative. So what they're saying is true. That area is highly trafficked. There's a school at the end of that road where people pull in and wait for their children. So there's a lot of congestion, and I can see why you wouldn't want to extend your parking. I think the issue is there's an art community, art board that they should have applied and got the approval to extend the driveway from. So I don't think the art board, because there's a certain percentage of greenery or grass that you have to keep just to abide by the community guidelines. And I think the issue is it didn't go through the proper channels. Now, I appreciate that they extended the driveway and took some cars off the street because it's definitely needed, but I just think that it should have went through the proper channels. But I, as a resident, I do appreciate you guys.
Sir, please address the council. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So that's the time.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone else in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else?
May I have a
Hold on,
permission?
ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close public comment. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so additionally, we did apply to the HOA board, and we got approval to extend the driveway because initially, after living there for almost 20 years, we had never had that issue of any overlapping parking. But when it started happening, we did consult with the HOA board, why is this happening? Because they started sending letters as well. And then we attended this was during COVID, we did attend one of the meetings virtually, and they suggested that we started parking on the grass if we didn't have adequate parking. Some of our neighbors started parking on the grass, and the grass started being torn up and it became an eyesore, worse than if you would extend the driveway. So we made a decision that we needed to, take a loan to extend the driveway, and the HOA board did say that was a good recommendation for us to extend the driveway. So we did go through those channels with the HOA board, and we have some documentation as well.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah, and I think I put all of that in the justification letter as well, that we did a whole justification on why it got to this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt? In my understanding, they originally extended the driveway. They had got a variance request or whatever, permission to do the extension, right?
No, the original one was yeah, John, where's the?
Show the red and show the one with the red. The little red was not done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the yellow there?
Yeah.
The yellow on both sides of the driveway, that is what was originally requested to extend the driveway. That did not need a variance.
That did not need a variance. So what we're looking at and need the variance is the side of the house.
And there are other parts.
Side of the house.
Well,
Well, let me go back and of course, I think that question came up because I wrote down here a note on myself. When I looked at the last picture you had up there, one of the first things jumped out at me is where's the landscaping?
Yeah.
I see no trees in the yard. I see no shrubbery or anything in there. Okay, all I see is asphalt. So my concern is where's all, I quite sure, as your report said, it's superseding impervious surface with all this concrete. So where's all the water going? I know the variance request is for the side setback from 7.5 feet to 0 setback. And in this case, as you know, and I say this all the time, I have a problem with that side setback being below 7.5 feet. But with this picture and when I went and looked to see what they did, I kind of can handle the side setback. But my question is there a French drain over there to handle the water to keep it from going to the neighbors?
Are there any drains?
Yeah.
There's a drain to the back, which is yeah. There's a drain to the back, so there's a roll off at the side, there's a French drain to the back, that drains to the back, down to the back of the property.
Well, I'm concerned about the side between your house and the resident's house there. Is there a French drain that sits at the edge of the property, so when all the water or whatever come off your house and it's raining, the sidewalk is running to the neighbor house?
So it's not, because how the brick paver is, it saturates under the pavers itself. There's a French drain that actually drains down all the way to the back.
You do have a French drain in
Yeah.
there? The drains to the back?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is the back of that, if I'm mistaken, is on Hancock, which is a big slope on the back,
Big
which
slope on the
runs
back.
all the way down to Hancock. So, yeah. But I'm still concerned with the fact that all that concrete in there, and we have no shrubberies, no landscaping, and all that.
On the landscaping is to the back of the pool, so we still have trees to the back of the house, with shrubs and stuff.
Okay. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Can I ask
So,
how many cars you have that you needed so much?
so my question on this is what Bill was getting ready to ask. Did you need this much room for 3 cars?
Yeah, at the time,
seven
at
cars.
the time, we had 7 vehicles. 7 vehicles.
And it's a
Okay.
seven-bedroom
The driveways
house.
could only hold 2 vehicles.
Right.
All overlapping.
Okay. This map, or this picture certainly appears to show that the water drains off to the front, so it's going out the front. It also appears to show it rolling off to the side. Pictures can be skewed a little bit. I see no way that water is going to be captured on the front of the house and moved to the back of the house.
Right.
It's just not going to happen. I know that they gave you this, and I'm going to be the bearer of bad news. I'm not going to support you on this. You may get the rest of the council, but, and I'm not sure if you have an HOA approval. I know that I live in an HOA, and I can't do this unless I have written approval from them. So even if this council was to approve it, if you do not have written approval by that guy, then you still can't do it. So I'm not going to support you on this. I think it went way over, and I hate that you did it. I mean, you did a lot of work there, and I'm sorry that you didn't, but maybe some other council members will, but this is not something that I would approve. And if I lived next to it, I would have been the one that turned you in. I mean,
So, I don't know, so you have 6 vehicles parked there all the time? How many, how big a home is it that you need that many vehicles?
It's a 5-bedroom home, right, 5-bedroom home.
Right.
I had my kids were living there at the time I met. Their fiancé were living there at the time, so we had a total of 7 vehicles.
Still now?
No, but we have 6 vehicles now. So my neighbor across the street had 10 vehicles. My neighbors before me had 5 vehicles. The neighbors at the side of me had 4 vehicles. So
No, I understand.
2 vehicles at a time, parking in the driveway, everybody had to park on the street.
Right.
So sometimes you'll park, look all the way down the block and you'll have to walk up to your house.
Right. So your other neighbors that have that many vehicles, they did a similar thing that you did?
No,
by
they-
paving the whole front of the house?
No, they did not.
Okay.
Let me-
You took it upon yourself to do that?
Yeah. Let me say this, Mr. Peterson. That neighborhood, it is very small streets over there. Even doing when I set their addresses and everything up over there, I used to be, I actually got hit over there. When my car got hit over there was when I was over there working on some of the mailbox, setting up some of the mailboxes because the streets are so small. But they are very big homes, 5, 6 bedrooms, I think, some of them. And you got kids and everything else staying there. So you got most of the houses, just about every house I know over there has at least 3 or 4 cars, okay? And this is one of the problems we're having, and one of the reasons I've always said to Kirk, I have a problem with eliminating that 7.5 feet setback on the side between houses, your property line. Because of that 7.5 feet, like your truck here, you can get it to the back of the house. Okay, when you go below that, you can't, to help be able to take some of that traffic, cars off the street. But in this case, I see you're doing that, but my still concern is with all that pavers and all this asphalt, where's the water going? Are you bombarding the neighbor's yard and everything?
No, it's not.
That's my fear, okay? You know, and as Mr. Howard said, I can see, of course, that was the way it was graded in original. The front of the house, it's all going towards the street, because that's what it was originally graded, okay? But still, you have a lot of concrete, and that's a lot of water you're flowing out into the streets and everything as well.
Kurt, what was your suggestion that you said when during the agenda review on this of what they need to do about something with drainage and all to explain to them?
Are you saying what can you do to remedy it?
So
drainage.
We've run across a similar situation before, and we requested that an engineer's report was performed on the property. That engineer's report would come back and say, okay, you know, this side might be okay, but you might need another French drain here. But we have nothing that says exactly where that water is going. Normally, when pavers are put down, there's sheet flow of water somewhere. Yes, some does perk through, but we generally consider, we do consider that impervious surface. So water is going to sheet flow somewhere. So that's what we did last time, is we requested an engineer's report.
So, Mr. Waugh, is it okay, would it be proper for us to say, if council so desired, table this and have them do a engineering study for the water flow, or if they need to put a French drain in or what? Because that is one of my big concerns. I can almost accept this, but I still would like to see some of that concrete in the front yard taken out and put some kind of landscaping in there. Okay.
I believe the last time as well, they might have brought it back maybe a foot or two from the property line itself to help with a drain in there.
Yeah.
That's something an engineer would have to state.
Can they put a French drain in there to keep water from going to the neighbor's yard and everything? So,
Mayor, I would think by doing an engineer's report and wouldn't it be easier for them just to remove 7.5 on both sides and be in compliance then?
But they still would have the issue with the neighbors and the cars being hit and all of that stuff.
No, you still have enough parking.
They still have enough parking with this, you think?
well, you'll still have parking, but you'll be parking on the grass, which is going to create another headache for your HOA, because you got dead grass.
Yeah.
So this is an HOA too, right?
Yeah.
So are you in HOA compliance with that? Have you gotten letters from your HOA?
Well, that was going to be the other part of my question to Mr. Waugh, and along with that, doing the engineering for French drain and everything, can they bring us proof that HOA say everything is okay? Okay.
Well, and so, Mayor, to your point, the answer to your question is yes, the city council, of course, can table if the city council wishes. You know, section 101-246 governs how you consider variances, and it has to hit all 5 elements, but that can all be considered at any hearing, continued or not.
Yeah, well, as Kirk said, we've ran in these situations before, and we got the engineering drawing, and we kind of approved it, but we had documentation there where the engineering and everything was, and French drains and everything was in order, but I have no proof here. Okay.
So can we suggest to table that to give the applicants an opportunity to come to meet with the city to come into compliance with the drain so that we know?
If you choose by motion, you can table this to a date certain or indefinitely, and then it can be brought back. That is up to the city council.
But I mean, if we approve this, then the house next door could do the same thing, and the house on the other side could do that. So we, you know, I mean, I understand your situation. There's accidents happening, but you know, there's also code for the amount of trees that have to be on the property, drainage, landscaping. You know, I mean, it'd be nice if you could pave the whole thing right to the curb. Then you could, you know, have even a couple more spots. But would you want your neighbors to have that too? Would you want everybody in your neighborhood to have their whole front yards paved? I don't think so, right? I mean, it's good for you, then it has to be good for everybody else.
As I said, I would like to see an engineer and everything.
I'd like to see an engineer report,
with
too.
HOA,
Yeah.
and if they can,
If
take
they
out
can.
something. Now that you don't have 7 cars you need to park.
Yeah.
You don't
Right.
have as many
Can you
cars,
move
so
some
can we
of that?
remove some of the concrete in the front yard and put some landscaping in there? Okay. It's
I have a few questions, if I may. Did the contractor pull a permit?
No, they did not. As far as we understood that, they did not have to pull a permit.
Kurt, does the contractor need to pull a permit to do this sorts of job?
Yeah, a zoning clearance.
Zoning-
A zoning clearance they would need. That's where we check the ISR, and they would probably look to see what the base of the,
So you have a contractor who did work without following the appropriate procedures. So that contractor might have insurance, or they might help you fix this, because I think this needs to be fixed. Also, what do they need to do to be in compliance with our new landscape code?
this one with the new landscape code.
Sure.
It'd be a
Isn't it
lot.
new
It'd be-
construction? Well, this is basically new construction and development, right?
No, this would be new construction. The house is already there and
For
established.
the code, but they're redoing their whole landscape, aren't they? I mean, they wiped it all
I'd have
out.
to
put
do-
pavers
Yeah,
in.
I'd have to, it'd be a close fine line there to see.
I mean, for me, I don't, as I sit here, I hear the HOA didn't approve it. I hear a contractor did work without a permit. I hear we didn't have approval and that it's inconsistent with our code, that our staff has recommended denial. I mean, for me, I don't mind giving them time to fix it. I understand the situation. But I would not approve this the way it is. I won't approve this the way it is. So I don't mind giving them time.
I would like to give them time.
So,
Yeah.
but wait, what is your fix? So and I agree with Mayor Murray, we have done some things before.
Right.
I've made adjustments to some of the made suggestions to adjustments
Yeah.
of some things. I did it on Lakeshore.
Right.
The problem, though, is that this one is so egregious.
Right.
I'm not getting there. I'm just not. I'm not even close to getting there. So,
Yeah, so-
if you have suggestions, maybe we can get there. But
So ultimately, this would be, in my mind, up to the HOA, but to get this many cars, simple fixes, for example, on what looks like the south side of the property could be a Hollywood driveway instead of pavers. That would help with impervious surface and allow you to get vehicles, assuming the HOA was okay with it. And then the vehicles in front of the house, again, I'm not an engineer, but if the cars could be parked parallel with the street instead of perpendicular to the street, you may be able to get 3 in there. And then there's a garage. I mean, there is a 2-car garage, and that's 2 cars. So this house has parking for 4 vehicles for a 5-bedroom house. If you did the Hollywood Drive on the side with the HOA's blessing, and I would like to know the HOA's blessing. You know, I don't mind variances like that. I understand the issue, but I agree. I think that creating a community where we just pave over all of the landscaping is something that's inconsistent with the direction this council is going. So I don't mind giving them time, but those would be some things that I would look at, is shortening that property, the paving on the north side, and maybe a Hollywood Drive on the south side.
Mr. Lumsden, would
But
you
they
all
still
be
have to
okay with
remedy the
that?
setback.
They got to remedy the HOA as far as I'm concerned.
Ms. Strange, let me
and
ask you a
engineering.
question, if I may. How many homes you know in the city that actually use their garages for parking?
I mean, I do.
A lot of the garages only get
You
one
got
car. in
60% of council. I mean, but look,
I have a
this is
2-car
about-
garage, but only one car
The
can
problem
fit.
we
Yeah,
have here
yeah.
is
There-
most people using their garages for
For
storage.
storage,
and
yeah.
So that eliminate parking and everything. And that,
But then not just that either. Like we have a 2-car garage, but only one car can fit in there. I have neighbors who have 3-car garage, but only 2 can fit in there because they made it so that car can't get in the third one. So we have a space issue with our vehicles and whatnot. I would like for us to be able to help this family if they would fall in line, because That's quite a lot over there, and I've been over there. It is congested.
Yeah,
It's
I
very
see both
congested.
sides, which is why
And
I'm
what
willing
you're
to
suggesting,
table. But
I like what you're suggesting with from the side. I hope that would, you sound like, would you be interested in that? Because if not, I think what the council is saying to you all is that they would not approve it.
Right.
But we don't want to be punitive. We understand
Right.
why you did it.
Right. Yeah.
And if we say no today, there's fines that start accruing today. But if we give you, how much, I
Like
mean.
90 days, would 90 days be
Oh,
fair?
yeah, so I was thinking 30, so maybe 60.
I think
They got to get back to
more or less
the,
90
well, we're
for-
in
to get it-
October. If we
yeah.
go 90 days, we're talking October, November, December. It'd
Yeah,
be
but
January.
you
You're
know,
120
they
days.
have to
We
get
have to
engineered.
establish what the cure is.
Yeah, we've got to establish what it's
We
going
need
to look like.
engineering and HOA approval before I'd even consider
Yeah, well-
anything like this.
7 feet on, 7.5 on each side.
If the neighborhood's happy with it and the engineer's happy with it, then I'm happy with it.
So where I would be, and I don't know how everybody is with this, they already had approval
Yeah, they do.
to add on pieces on the side. You could get 4 cars in there, no problem.
Right.
And then do your Hollywood
Do the
down the
Hollywood
side.
side.
And I could get there, and I
Yeah.
would support that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to support any more than that.
And well, that might be.
So that's,
Well,
I mean, I don't know where
like I
everybody's
say,
at.
my thought process would give them 90 days, to say, give them time to acquire the engineering and go through the process, meet with the city, whatever, and see if everything okay.
Is that doable?
But
And
the
come
problem with the
along.
90 days is, which is fine, but we need to come up with some parameters to say, here's your sandbox, and if you're not in the sandbox, don't come back in 90 days because we'll approve it completely.
And that's why they need to
Or
work with
disapprove
Kurt.
it.
You just told Kurt your parameters.
Yeah, Kurt.
That's my parameters. I don't know if everybody agrees.
Well, for me, like I said, I don't have any problem. I'm okay with the Hollywood and all this and that, but I want to see some of the concrete come out of the front yard, and I want to see a little bit more landscape in the front.
Well, and remember, you have the contractor who hopefully you use someone licensed, and that means they have insurance. And so, I mean, there are resources, but I mean, your HOA is, it's going to matter to me what your neighbors think, and not just the 2 neighbors on each side, but the HOA. And I understand the unique issues. So I'm comfortable giving them 90 days, engineering, HOA approval.
Yeah.
I think they need to be, I think staff needs to be talking to this council, because I don't want to waste their time
Right.
and have them coming back, but I'm okay giving them 90
Yes.
days.
And I think right off the bat, one of the main things you need to get approval is HOA. What will HOA allow you to do?
Right.
Okay.
Is that doable to you all? Okay.
So I move to table this item for 90 days.
Got to give a date specific, please.
For the first meeting in January.
Yeah.
January 13.
January
Thank you.
13th.
January
So you have to
13th,
January
2026.
13th to come into compliance. I second. I mean, you made the motion.
I
right?
made a motion,
Okay.
you say.
Okay,
I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to table this until January 13, 90 days, give the applicant an opportunity to get HOA approval. Sir, ma'am, please get the HOA, find the engineers, and work it out with the city office to figure out exactly what's what. And they can bring this stuff back to us in the meantime to make sure everybody's in agreement before you come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, look.
Wow, it's storming out there. I
Yep,
know it's supposed to be
yep.
raining. Where we at? Reports. Oh, Mr. Van Wagner, how is he doing? He called me earlier. He's still feeling bad.
He's still feeling bad, but he plans to be here tomorrow.
Have he tested yet?
He has tested, yes, and he is negative.
That's what he told me.
So we'll find out if he shows up tomorrow. But as far as the manager's report, just a couple things, important dates to remember is that next meeting on October 14th, we have a CRA meeting prior to the council meeting, so that's going to start at 2:30. So please be here by 2:30 on October 14th. Also, on October 1st is National Night Out, which is a Tuesday night at Waterford Park at 5 to 8 p.m. So hope to see you there. Thank you.
What are the items on the agenda for the CRA meeting?
It's primarily adopting the budget.
Okay, well, I think we need to be adding the tree fund that we approved. That might be part of the budget, but I want to make sure it's specific. I think that we have a contract, so let's approve that night. I'd like to talk to the CRA board about sharing the expenses of the downtown code from DPZ. Talking about the parking garage plans, the potential for the art walk, in relation to the De Hoya property, meet in the middle. I would like the CRA or somebody to come out, and this might be part of the comp plan, funding for 2026 to 2028 for the CRA, anticipated funding. The new comprehensive plan team includes a group that can give us a true estimate of what the funding will be. So if that's extra for downtown, I want to make sure we approve that at the CRA. And then to talk about the issue of reimbursement came up tonight for expenses. So I want to make sure that we're all on the same page about what the CRA is paying for versus what we are paying for in the general fund or enterprise funds, and then also what's the projected income from the CRA, because hopefully the things that we're doing are investments and not just spending. So I would like to see those items on the CRA agenda. So if we need to start sooner.
We may need to start sooner, or we'll just push the council meeting back a little bit.
What date did you say?
October 14th.
Okay. I was just making sure I had it in here.
How do you all feel?
Do you have the list of what you just read?
Yeah, I can give it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You were talking very fast. I couldn't get it all.
Ms. Strange, if you want to hold them on the CRA agenda, I think we have to have a whole day, okay?
I don't think they'll take that long. We've already pre-approved the tree fund. I think we just need to approve the contract. We put it in the budget, and then whether.
I heard a whole list of things over there.
Yeah, a lot of this we've anticipated, and I think it's just, some of it might be discussion, but some of this is so that we can move forward, so that we have approvals to move forward. So.
CRA does not have that much money. You might want to go sharpen your pencil.
That's why the U3 report is so important. Well, there's money in there. There's money in there.
Huh? Oh, no, they don't have money. Mr. Mathis.
That was my report.
He did it.
Yeah, that's your. Yeah, I know. I got a couple of questions for you. I mentioned earlier about the flagpole at 12th Street. Did we find out what's going on? Did we get them to redo the lights? Are they going to put up a bigger flag or what?
The one on 12th Street, we have not. I did not get an answer on that one yet.
Okay.
You asked also about the Toyota one. That one was annexed into the city.
Well,
so.
Toyota is okay. I know, because it was done under the county, but when it came to the city, we accepted it. So that's why I said we've done variances before for these flags. But the one, I had people questioning me about the one at 12th Street. Okay, so it's not being lit.
No, I take that back. I did talk to Stoney about that one, and they were planning on putting some new lights in there.
On the one on 12th Street,
because
that's the one. That's the one that's actually cell phone tower.
Correct. Well, no. Okay, I'm thinking of the different one. The cell phone tower, we don't own that property, so we don't have the
right.
We can't do that. It is a camouflage tower, which doesn't require them to light.
Well, it looked like a flagpole with a very small flag, but the flag doesn't have lights. But I was wondering if we can, Mr. Wall, maybe we can talk to him about making sure that thing gets lit up.
Stoney was going to talk to him, but I don't think we've heard back from him yet.
Because I'm getting people coming complaining to me. And the other one that you was talking about, which I was going to say thank you, let Stoney know it's looking good. They redid the light on the flag in the cemetery, so now it's lit up. And the person walking out there at 5 o'clock in the morning isn't complaining to me anymore about no lights on that one. Wellness Way and New Independence Way. I'd asked Mr. Van Wagner to check into that and see if they would still have plans to break ground on Independence Way to connect it to Wellness Way. Last I had heard a couple months ago, they were supposed to been trying to break ground in August last month, but I've never gotten any other update since then.
That's the last that I've heard as well. I can check with Rick tomorrow, but that's the last that I've heard as well.
Okay, because if not, we need to still try to get some meeting with Orange County to keep putting pressure on to do that, because we keep building this road, Wellness Way, as a road to nowhere right now. So, and also if we don't mind checking back with I can't remember the developer, but the county had already approved the had an agreement with the developer to do Hancock Road from 5 Mile to Hartwood Marsh, and they were waiting on the agreement to be signed. So I've been trying to figure out when that's going to happen, because they're saying once that's done, it's going to take 12 to 18 months for Hancock from 5 Mile Road to be hooked up to Hartwood Marsh. So we're trying to, I would like to see that get on, pushed up and going as fast as possible too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have no report.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. I meant to ask you, Mr. Mathis, did you go to the county today?
I did, yes, sir.
What was the outcome on Hartwood Marsh Road?
The outcome was actually Commissioner Parks asked me to wait till the end where he brought it up at the reports to give my comments then. Unfortunately, their meeting was still going on when our meeting started, so he didn't get to his reports until after our meeting was probably 20 minutes into it, so I didn't get a chance. We did send a letter to the Board of County Commissioners to all of them, copy Jennifer Barker, that showed our opposition to that, or opposition for them to take it off the list, and really encourage them to please put it back on. I don't know the results of Sean. Vinny spoke in favor of it. Vinny gave a very passionate speech.
If I may, while I was sitting down, I did get a text message. They put it on for next BC agenda.
Agenda?
It's on the agenda, so I'll be trying to tell my people to come down and speak about this. All right, I just wanted to give you an update on
Thank
that.
you
I'm
for
sorry,
your
I need to
service.
come to the microphone.
Mr. Ward, can we, well, if council agreed, can we prepare a letter to send to the county, asking that to remain? Because I know when I first became mayor, it was scheduled for 32 and everything, and when they kept promising us, and I was under the impression until 2 days ago that this was going to happen next year. And now I'm being told it's going to be moved back to 32 again. Okay, so if we can get a letter I can sign and.
I support that.
Absolutely.
Please, sir.
And are we comfortable asking for Hancock Road to be developed the same all the way north to south from Sugarloaf Mountain to Wellness Way? Because right now Hancock is in 3 sections, and Lennar is building out the top 5 miles and the bottom 5 miles.
I had spoken to Sean the other day. He said it's only going to be another mile left of it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it's all built out the same.
Well,
Do I have council support for that to be included in the letter?
what do you mean the same? From where to where?
Yeah, so from Sugarloaf Mountain all the way down to Wellness Way, 10 of the 15 miles is being built as a 44-foot wide road, with Lennar building the outside 22 feet. And incorporated in that is a 6-foot bike lane. Adjacent to it is a 12-foot trail on one side and a 3-foot sidewalk on the other side. So what we're talking about is 15 miles of county road. 10 of it is built the exact same way, and I just would like council's support to encourage and request the county to build out the middle in the same way as the top and bottom. And we can talk to other funding sources like the state, like LiveWell. So I don't want them to get bottlenecked in whether they can fund it. I would like to collaborate with the county, but to make sure the end result is that all the way from Sugarloaf Mountain to Wellness Way, Hancock Road looks exactly the same.
Well, it's not going to look the same. And here's the problem I have. I understand what you're saying now. The piece from Hartwood Marsh into Wellness Way, I totally support that. But the problem is from 50 down to Hartwood Marsh.
There's plenty of right-of-way. There's plenty of right-of-way.
Well.
So the issue is funding. It's not the space.
It's funding,
there will
I'm
be
not
areas
sure if
that
they have
need to be.
Right away to do all that, because I understand they're probably trying to procure land in there now to try to do the whole widening in that section. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what
I was told.
I was told that was getting funded, but we were also told Hartwood Marsh is getting funded, and now that they didn't fund the gas tax, I think that's the argument.
Right.
But I have been in conversation. Well, I'll talk about it in my reports.
Okay.
But, I mean, can he include that? Do we have council's support, or do you want to wait until I do my report?
Well,
for them to include that in the letter?
Because I guess we can
put it in
send
there.
that to them.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
not? Why
Okay.
not?
We
Yeah.
can only ask, but
I mean, they'll, yeah.
Right.
You have
but
that
my
'cause you asked them
main
that.
my main concern with Hancock right now is getting the section from Hardwood Marsh to Wellness Way completed down in there, with all these homes, and so residents don't have to keep going out all the way to 27 to come back up. into Clermont and everything. So, and right now, like I said, last I checked, Lenore Homes, I think they building the road, right?
Yeah.
They were waiting on the signing of the agreement with the county.
Right.
Okay, and we need to get
Exactly.
that done so they can break ground.
That's what I'm asking for.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Waugh.
I don't have a
Okay.
report. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Strange, Councilmember Strange.
Yeah, so related to what we were talking about, the October 6th is the TDC meeting. This is going to be the meeting where the TDC sends up to the Board of County Commissioners the strategic plan for the next 5 years. And the plan has basically conceptually been done for several months. What we're working on and finalizing on October 6th is what capital funding projects we are recommending to the Board of County Commissioners. So that is going to be critical because I'm anticipating Ryan Ritchie, who's the tourism director, requesting, and I intend to support if he does request it, permission to assess projects himself and make suggestions for where we need to go, even if that's with support, but for it to come from staff. We don't have that many projects in Lake County that support sports tourism, which is what the target is for the plan. Clermont really stands to benefit extraordinarily from this because we generate 75% either directly or indirectly of the entire tourist development tax right now. And that's because of all of the facilities that we have in action sports, which include bicycling. So we have a lot that we're bringing to the table, and I know that Mr. Ritchie recognizes that. So I hope that I come to our October 14th meeting with really exciting news for everybody. I did want to say that tonight, with the veterans coming out, I learned after, or right before I came into this meeting, basically, that there have been regular meetings involving Meet Me in the Middle. Yeah, I had the same reaction. I had no idea. And apparently, certain groups have been invited to these regular meetings. So there's an impression that more is happening at our level than is actually happening because there's these regular kind of planning meetings. And I did not know that these were happening. No, here in Chambers. So there's a feeling by people in the community that something is happening that we either don't know anything about or we haven't been discussing. And I just think that's problematic. And so I'm sympathetic to the folks who feel like they're being stonewalled, which is what I read on social media. But I was really surprised and upon investigation learned that there are regular meetings taking place that I knew nothing about. So I just want to report that.
Councilmember Howard.
Tracy, can you move, so just so everybody's clear, I did ask for a proclamation for September the 10th to be Charlie Kirk Day. Can you move that to the last meeting in October, please?
That would be October 28th?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's it.
Councilmember Myers.
I got to attend the 9/11 memorial last week, and it was very touching, and I want to thank our chiefs for doing such a good job. And if you've never gone, I ask you to come. It'll be touched. I would like for October for us to have a proclamation for breast cancer awareness. I would like to ask everyone to wear some type of pink if in support of that. And I also had the idea if we could have residents or us as well give a donation, say like $1, and for every $1 that you get a ribbon, and we put it up in the hall to support breast cancer awareness, to encourage people to have their mammograms, and if we have any breast cancer survivors, if they feel comfortable to come forward at our meeting to share that, their stories with us. Breast cancer is near and dear to my heart. I have friends who have had that, who've battled, and praise the Lord, they're still alive. But it's something I think that we as a council could encourage our residents to have that. And also I would like if staff could find for Lake County, because I know about Orange County, for women who don't have insurance so that they could get free mammograms, if staff could find that and put that on the website so that our citizens know where they can go to get that.
I think Advent Health and Orlando Health potentially have some sort of like pop-up screening services. So maybe if you're comfortable, if we're all
Right.
comfortable asking staff to see if we could coordinate that for one of the October meetings.
Right.
You know,
I was going to say, I'm almost certain I saw that they did have, and it might have been Advent, that there was just recently one here in the area that was doing screening. So
Okay, that would
yeah,
be-
it popped up, and then when you say that, I'm like, hey, that was there. So
Okay, that's great.
and if we could direct Melinda too to be pushing that on our social media, that would be helpful.
Yeah,
Yes.
we've, Councilmember Myers and I talked about that. We are going to be having Melinda put something on social media.
Okay, is that okay with everyone? Okay.
Well, one of the things I normally do during the month of October is wear pink quite often. And mainly at council and our fire department, if I'm not mistaken, they roll out their pink vehicles and their pink shirts as well as the police department.
Yes,
Okay,
if we could have all of that,
so
that would
we
be
have
fabulous.
all that going on, and just about every council meeting, I'm gonna usually have on pink during
Yes,
October.
so am I.
I have no problem wearing pink. Okay.
And real men wear pink.
But yeah, we always try to support that, and yeah, mainly because I know people that have passed away due to breast cancer, and some still survivors right now. So,
Yes.
so it's dear and near to me too. That's it, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Member Peterson.
Yes, I attended the annual First Responders Award Breakfast. We had the privilege of recognizing the fire, police, and EMS personnel of different departments, Clermont, Groveland. It was a great event where I was able to meet with some of the honorees and what their accomplishments were. Secondly, this past Monday, we had a meeting with the Kingsbridge Men's Club, where I was there and the mayor was there and Sean was there, and it was a great meeting. We were able to speak about things that are coming into the town. A lot of people were talking about our EMS, and the chief came too, which was really good. He has a busy day, and I really thank the chief for coming. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. And now my report. Let me clarify this. He said we had a meeting at Kingsbridge last night. He was there. I ended up not getting there. Okay, so there's no sunshine law violation there. I want to clarify that. I did not know he was supposed to be there when they scheduled me to be there. I did not know that. I happened to get tied up with some other things, and I ran late. By the time I got there, it was over with. And when they
For a 5 o'clock meeting.
yeah, and when they told me and I realized he was there, I said, well, it was best I wasn't here anyway. Okay, sunshine law, of course, they didn't realize it. Okay, so, but I want to just clarify that before. I too attended First Responders Breakfast on Friday morning, and I encourage everyone next year. We always host this at the city's Arts and Recreation Center each year in September. First responders, where all the first responders in South Lake County is recognized from all the different agencies in South Lake County is already recognized for special deeds and everything. So I encourage you maybe next year if you're available to try to attend that. That's always the Chamber Breakfast in September. Okay. Sips and Salsa. What a great event. The city just sponsored another great event this past weekend, last Saturday, Sips and Salsa down at Waterfront Park. I was totally shocked when I got there at 5 minutes to 5. It was thousands of people already there. The event didn't start at 5 o'clock, and it was just, it was an awesome turnout. People had a blast. I ended up staying down there until almost 10 o'clock, so, but it was another great event. So congratulate the city staff for another great event as well. We talked about Hartwood Marsh. The letter I signed yesterday, did it go in?
Yes, sir. It went to them.
You want to inform them what that letter was all about?
The letter was basically just asking the commission to please not push the Hartwood Marsh widening down. It talked about the growth of residential, non-residential, both in South Lake and West Orange. It talked about the failure to do anything about this road is a big safety hazard because of all the buses, the ambulances, the EMSs, everything on there. So it really was a well pointed out letter that said they need to do the right thing. Okay. And I think Sean, I know that was sent to all of the BCC members. They all read it. All right, I can't say they read it, but they all got it. Jennifer was copied on it, so they all had it. well in
Make
advance.
Make sure it
of
all
the
went
meeting.
through. 5% sales tax, that was supposed to be on the agenda up there today. How did that go?
That failed. It
It
did not
failed?
get a supermajority. It was a 3-2 vote.
Oh, wow. Well, I figured it would fail, but it's one of the things I think we can use in the county and everything, because whether y'all don't realize it or not, the county basically trying to, they trying to force all their streets on us, okay? And I'm not happy with what's going on. They're trying to pass motions and referendums and charters and everything where they can turn over any street in the city to the city. Whether it's a county or state road, the city and the city have to maintain the street. My problem, I wouldn't have any problem with that, as long as they repair them before they give them to us, okay? But they have no money to repair them, so now, and I would hope.
Do you mind if I interject
Sure, go ahead.
and engage in this? I am interested in the council's feel about us. How do I say this? Because we're on video. If we were to annex land in a way that allows us to round out our corners and fill in gaps of where we're already serving and bring certain properties into the city, and if the county was to reimburse us with the funds that they are collecting for things like public safety, roads, things along those lines, would we generally feel comfortable in, one, annexing those properties, and two, taking on the responsibility of being the sole provider of public safety and roads if we were to get that funding from the county?
Well, I'm all in agreement with that if this county would fund that, but I don't see it happening. That's one of the reasons we acted so quickly to annex the McKinnon property and the other property down there. So
I mean the
quicker we
taxes.
get it, more it comes to us
Like
instead of the county.
annual taxes
Right.
collected is what I'm talking,
Well,
like
yeah,
what they
but they-
continue to collect.
Yeah, but even if we annex it right now, I don't see them reimbursing us. But with McKinnon Grove, that just getting started, we've already did the annexing, and another property out here on Hammock Ridge. That's the reason we acted so fast, so we can start collecting all the impact fees and all that. Okay.
Yeah, but our citizens are paying more to the county than they are to us.
Yeah.
And some of that is going towards roads and police and fire, or sheriff and fire and EMS. And, you know, if are we sitting here as the largest city in the county saying, hey, we're happy to say within our borders, we'll just handle everything but the constitutional officers?
No, I mean, we started annexation plan 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, trying to do exactly what you said, trying to annex all these things in, and some people wasn't happy with us annexing it in, but we still did it because I want to round it out and everything, and try to collect some of that money so we can have the tax dollars to take care of our roads and everything. So
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. But
Is
I
that-
don't see the county reimbursing us. Okay.
And I'm kind of pushing that in some conversations that I'm having, and but I only speak for myself, so that's why I'm trying to get a feel from the four of you, how you feel about that.
So there's a large area between Hooks and Legends that should be within the city. There's other areas that, yes, we should at least look at them and see where they're at, and see what that's going to cost us as far as roads and such as that. But it kind of needs to be a data-driven decision rather than we
Right.
just want to do this as a whole. And just so the whole council's aware, I've had conversations with Rick specifically about that of, let's look specifically at, start with commercial and then start adding in those pieces that we're already providing, specifically fire service too. But there's a lot of areas that we're already providing a lot of the services to, but we need to make sure that from a funding standpoint, we're not going to go backwards, because as you know, we typically are going to go backwards with residential property, forwards with commercial. So as long as we find a way to balance that out, then I'm not unhappy. And I think there's a lot of people in Clermont who complain that, hey, my address is Clermont, but I live,
Right.
a little bit out of it, and they're upset.
Yeah,
So
but it's still, I got some of those that's doing that. When I talk to them about letting us annex in, they don't want annexation.
and that was the thing.
See.
Mr. Wall, what's involved with that? Can you kind of?
Which, like the
On
voluntary
the
or
actual-
involuntary
yeah,
annexation?
I mean,
or-
what's involved in the involuntary? Because some of this, I mean, if we're going to grab some residentials like she's talking about, it's not going to be a super pretty process from the city. I mean,
It depends on, there's three scenarios. One is that we have voluntary, well, actually, there's 6 scenarios, but let's just, there's voluntary annexation, involuntary annexation, and a lot depends. I mean, voluntary annexation is easy. It's people who want to come in, they petition, we do 2 hearings pretty quick, it's done. Involuntary annexation can be difficult, and depending on the mix of properties or the nature of the properties, it commands what we'll do. So one scenario is involuntary residential, or any property that has electors in it, okay? Right. Got to have a referendum.
Okay.
And there's no avoiding that. That could be by special election. It could be at a regularly scheduled election. We have missed the time to do anything. Well, we do have an election this year. Yeah, we have an election every year, but we've missed that window to do it this year at the normal regular election. You could have a combination of residential and commercial, so properties that do have electors and properties where we need to seek consent of, say, commercial properties, whereby we need to have a percentage of both the acreage, over a majority of the acreage has to be in favor, and over a majority, I think it's 70% of the actual parcels has to be in favor.
I thought it was 80%.
It's 70, and I might have flipped it. It might be 70% of the acreage and more than 50% of the. But it's 50 and 70 is the 2 things we have to look at, okay?
Wait.
And now you could go out and say, I want this neighborhood, which has 1,000 electors, and I want these commercial properties, and then we get involved in a combination of how this is going to work. But we have been working through these scenarios as a staff.
Understand this, and Kirk, correct me if I'm wrong, most of the commercial properties, it was a stipulation put in there when they was granted access and we were granted services that we can go back and annex them into the city whenever we so desired, okay? On most of the Now, my understanding, there's only 1 or 2 pieces of commercial that's left on 27 that need to be annexed that's giving us trouble, like Coles, is it? Okay. I'm not sure, Kirk, it does not have that stipulation in it. Okay, but as I said, we started doing all this, and we started out with a plan to do all the commercial, and then come back and start looking at doing the residential. We started at 2, 3, 4 years, how many years ago, Kirk, and everything. But Coles is giving us trouble right now. All right, and that's about that one plaza there with Coles, and then is it Gerber's? Gerber's Collision that's still in the county. Yeah. They don't have, but other than that, I think most of the other stuff along 27 is already, except for most of the commercial. That's it in the commercial along 27. So then we can go to residential. But I'm all in for getting it as soon as we can. So hopefully we can get that all done soon. All righty. Ms. Strange, meet us in the middle. Yes, there's been a meeting. It's not about meet us in the middle. It's just about the monthly meeting has been about Veteran Memorial. Okay. We've been meeting once a month. Matter of fact, we have a meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock right here in the chamber. And it's mostly the veterans and everything. They decided to come up with a committee to meet with us. And we've been meeting once a month now for about 3-4 months, I guess it is. And it's mainly about how we are going to do the Veteran Memorial and laying that all out. And the biggest concern, matter of fact, they even look at ways to help fund it. Okay. Asking for donations and all this. You're welcome to. Well, I guess you can't come since I'm gonna be there. And everything.
I mean, technically, she could. She just couldn't respond to anything you say.
She can't respond to anything I say.
Correct.
Okay. Well, tomorrow at 3 o'clock, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's tomorrow at 3 o'clock, right in the chambers, and we will be meeting. Okay. So all of them will be here. So.
But is there an impression at that meeting that Meet Us in the Middle has been approved and that there's land designated and that that there's an approved project. That's my concern, because I got the impression that there's a feeling that Meet Us in the Middle has been approved. And I see that in the invoicing for architectural services, and I've never seen it be approved by this council, so.
Well, that's because Meet Us in the Middle had approval for architectural services before you joined the council. That's been going on, they've been had that approval for 2 or 3 years now. Okay, if it's going on, and yes, it is being delayed because it's not being engineered right now. Okay, I remember a couple of council meetings ago, a few council meetings ago, we had to take a vote on a different option. Okay, because there used to be only one option, and then there was another option slid in there, and we just took that vote and decided to go with somewhat the original option. Okay, we just did that a couple months. So Meet Us in the Middle, trust me, it's been going on for 2-3 years and everything. So that's why the perception is it's being held up, because basically, you know, it's not going anywhere. Okay, it's still sitting out here. We've had community meetings on this thing. 2 or 3 years ago, we had a big community meeting about Meet Us in the Middle.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, see, you know, so
Wasn't much support for
and the
it.
money has been spent. So we do have Powell's engineering, that's so the architect that's been doing the engineering on it, but right now, every time I talk to him, he telling me everything on hold. Why? See, and I'm not the only one, the other people starting to hear this, so that's where that perception is coming from.
Why is he on hold?
Huh?
Why is Powell on hold?
He's not, he's moving forward on trying to get through permitting for the docks and that kind of stuff. The part that's on hold is the hardscape the docks are moving forward. It's gonna take a year. I asked him point blank, how long until this comes back? He goes, a year. You're not gonna hear back from them.
Well, I was always under the
It'll probably
impression-
take 6 months.
Okay. I was always under the impression that basically we didn't, the docks was already approved since we already own the lake bottom and everything.
We're moving them, so when you moved them, that's what happened. So we could have replaced what we had, but because it's a new move, we have to actually go through the Department of Environmental
But anyway, that's what's going on there, ma'am. Yes, but it's mainly when they come to this meeting, it's not about Meet Us in the Middle, but it's part of the Meet Us in the Middle, because somehow Meet Us in the Middle going out there, and they came to the city of about 6-7 months ago and asked could they do the veteran memorial, because we were looking for places, looking for somewhere to do a new, put up a veteran memorial. We considered Waterfront Park and all this here, and then I don't know how the idea came up. All I know, it was presented to me. I like it. Okay, we okay with it. That's where it came. Okay, so, but just and you're welcome to join us tomorrow at 3 o'clock right here, City Chamber. You know, that's all I have. Anything else that need to come before the good of the council? Is there anything else that need to come? Here, none, meeting.